And kick us off?
Sure, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Michelle Burris. I'm a board member for Pennsylvania MGMA, and I'm pleased to welcome all of you to our Spring Healthcare Leaders Summit. It's nice to take a break from the daily grind, isn't it? I'm not sure that anyone thought back in March of 2020 that we would still be meeting virtually here in April 2022. I know I certainly didn't. Still dealing with the effects of the pandemic. For many of the practices, the impact on our staff and our business has been widespread, making virtual meetings both more effective, time effective, and cost effective while we continue to recover from the pandemic. Hopefully next year we'll be live. But on behalf of the Pennsylvania MGMA board, I want to thank all of you for joining us today. Your attendance demonstrates your commitment to continued improvement for yourself and for your staff professionally as you continue to work to grow your practice. I am pleased to welcome our first speaker of the day, David Ray, who's going to kick us off in huge order. David is the owner of Ethos Leadership Group, which serves as an organizational troubleshooter and natural synergist. David leverages his analytical and relational skills to help clients take their business and team to their desired next level. With a passion to see others live and lead well, David enjoys connecting leaders to evidence-based practices to boost leadership capacity, build human capital, and improve organizational performance. David is here to set the tone for the day by focusing us on leaders as we continue to face new challenges. So please welcome David Ray. Thanks, David.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate the introduction. Love the reading of the bio. Always so formal in that. Welcome. Thank you again for your attendance. Recognize that your world is busy, especially in COVID land. It seems like everyone that we're talking with is dealing with a number of challenges, and the fact that you pull back to focus on sharpening yourself, thinking about how you do what you do, how to best serve your teams is important. It's vital. Where I want to begin is with one of my favorite commercials of all time, and we'll get to the practical implications of this here in a second. So watch, enjoy, and we'll talk in a moment.
Can we turn the AC up? I'm dying back here.
It's on. Can't you feel it?
Can you feel that?
Oh. Jeff, eat a Snickers, please.
Why?
Every time you get hungry, you turn into a diva. Just eat it so we can all coexist.
Turn into a diva.
In your system, cranky pants.
Okay.
Thank you. Better?
Will you get your knees out of the back of my seat?
Oh. You're not you when you're hungry. Snickers satisfies.
You're not you when you're hungry. Can anyone else on this call, in this meeting, relate? Yeah, I'm interested. What makes you act out? Snickers had this brilliant idea in marketing where it's like, hey, sometimes people experience this thing. They're not angry, they're hangry. They're hungry, angry. Kelly's smiling right now. She gets it. She feels it, right? There are these moments where something's happened in our world and it causes us to, for lack of a better way of putting it, act like a diva, to act out, like to show up. For you, what causes that? What has caused that in the past? Or maybe you don't want to admit it for you, but for others, for your teammates, what makes them act out? What challenges them? Use the chat function and just fill in some thoughts here. What are the things that make you irritable, frustrated, tense? And I'm interested how that starts to show up. See a couple of you taking the opportunity. Stress. Yeah. Let's just put a broad category, stress, in all its different forms. I'd be interested in the more specific things. Lack of balance in life. We've dealt with a lot of that in COVID land, haven't we? Where the blurred lines in regards to when work starts, when work stops, and that was true for leaders even before COVID. There was this challenge of navigating the space, and man, like it just seems like anytime you thought you were putting stuff down, you get buzzed or pinged or binged, and your phone would start ringing, and people would want more of your time. Kelly speaks in here. She says, stress, fatigue. I'm tired. Anyone else tired? Like, it's just been a long last couple of years. I have 2 kids, and it's been a long last couple of years, the mess. I'm getting tired of political turmoil. I'm getting tired. Hey, the stress of not having enough employees. I'm looking at the employees that I care about. I mean, yeah, this is work, but I care about these people. And they're feeling understaffed. I'm asking them to do more with less. And I'm just feeling tired. And Kelly says, this work-life balance, this integration of how do we blend the personal and the professional in this space? Sometimes what causes us to act out are things like the Snickers commercial. I'm hangry, or for others of us, it's the fact that maybe this morning we haven't had our cup of coffee. Like I am on site with another one of our clients today, and as I was going out the door to grab a good cup of coffee, my kids FaceTimed in, and so I was stuck with the Hilton coffee. And I'm like, oh, I'm a little moody. I mean, can I get an amen? I mean, it's just like, oh gosh, like Tracy speaks in, she says, too many high priority things all demanding my attention at once. Yeah, absolutely. And that is difficult for leadership management in many seasons, but it is particularly true in COVID land. What we've been dealing with. There's just so many things coming at us. There's an aspect of this that, we were just flooded to keep things moving. But in the process, man, if everything is important and urgent, is it really priority? Can we even really call it priority anymore? And with that comes stress, because there's a lack of clarity. Stress comes to the thing that it leads us back to, whether it's biological in terms of man, I didn't get enough sleep last night, feeling a little stress, or, hey, you know what? We're dealing with too many high priority things, all demanding my attention at once. So my attention is pulled. I'm feeling stress. We don't have enough staff. I'm feeling stress. And here's the problem with stress. It ends up bogging down our computing software. As human beings, we don't end up being the best version of ourselves. Our teammates, our team members, our partners aren't the best version of themselves. Here's a truth that you can take to the bank. You are your most essential leadership asset. You're your most essential service asset. When it comes to the wellness of your people, that is critical. If we are not well, we cannot sustainably function well. Yes, we will probably function. Alcoholics function. At times, we may even function well. We'll get accolades and we'll move forward, but long-term, sustainably, we will not function well. And eventually, our lack of wellness will impair our functioning. We will find ourselves being less emotionally intelligent, which a lot of research is coming in and suggesting that's the thing that differentiates between great leadership and mediocre leadership. It's not our technical competencies. It's how we treat people. It's how we deal with conflict. And if there's one thing I've learned in life when I'm feeling stressed, I don't handle conflict nearly as well as I would in situations and circumstances where I've got a nice night's sleep, where I've had a good cup of coffee in the morning, where I'm well fed, and I'm not dealing with my attention being pulled in all these different directions, which makes another question come to my mind. If we know this, because no one me saying, hey, you are your most essential service asset, you're your most essential leadership asset. No one's like, oh, that's revolutionary. I've never thought about that before. Often with people, we need to be more reminded of things. And so I'm interested from your seat, why is it do people neglect themselves? If we know that wellness is important, why is it that so often people end up like this little cartoon on the screen? You start off with 100% battery life and you're rolling. You started your career and it was like, you're going to take on the world. And then you're just like, I want to lay down. I want to watch Netflix. I just want to be here for a little bit. Just like wake me up in the morning. So for you, what causes you to neglect yourself with your team members? What do you see? Some of it may be within your locus of control, maybe others aren't. So share, please use the chat function. What causes us to neglect our wellness, our self-care, if you will? It can be seasonal, referencing COVID. It can just be managerial, some of the stress that comes on with leadership. Share in the chat function here. Looking for some feedback. We're learning with one another, sharing with one another. Oh man, it's pouring in now. Okay, Melissa shares, she's run out of time taking care of everything and everyone else. You're a person who cares, Melissa. Man, yeah, it's hard to function when you're a person who cares. Yeah, like these people that you care about, that you love, and you're like, I want to see succeed. I mean, it's only natural. As a dad, I'm looking at my kiddos and I'm like, I want to see them do well. So what does that have me do? It has me running like a dog, running here, there, and everywhere. My attention's pulled in all kinds of different directions. I care about my partner. I want to see her do well. Yeah, all of that caring causes us to pour ourselves out for the people, the businesses, the communities that we're a part of. Not enough hours in the day to get everything done. It sounds like Heather has a really long to-do list and she's like, I don't know how to get this all in. Like I'm looking at hours, I'm looking at to-dos, and the math just doesn't add up. And so I find myself neglecting myself, too busy taking care of everyone else, is what Kelly shares. Yeah. And as leaders, as managers, man, that's part of it. Just not enough time putting self first. One of the things that I've heard is we will actually deceive ourselves. I'll get to it eventually. So we kick the can down the road. Or we'll minimize the importance of this. We will gamble with our wellness until it comes up. I've literally worked with young executives and they'll tell me with the stress level that they're dealing with, I'll address that later in life. Or, hey, you know what? I'll be able to work this way until I'm about 50. And then I'm having the conversation afterwards about the heart attack, health issues, the divorce, isolation. There's all of that churning in the background. There are so many reasons that can come top of mind of why we neglect ourselves. But here's the reality that I think is so important for us to consider and realize. For leaders, which everyone on this call is a leader, we define at Ethos leadership as influence. You have influence in your sphere. But leaders, positional leadership, find themselves with a unique brand of stress. Everyone was referencing stress. Leaders don't you feel so great? As a leader, you get a unique brand of stress called power stress. It's the stress that parents, managers, executives deal with. It's the stress that you realize that your decisions influence other people. Actually, stress experts, you're going to love this. Stress experts have talked about leadership as chronic stress with periods of acute inflections of stress. Wow, doesn't that sound great? And so you find yourself in this stressful state all the time. And as Melissa shared, you're pouring yourself out. You have the sacrifice syndrome. It's a bad thing when professionals have a name for it, and they've named this. It's called the sacrifice syndrome. You just pour yourself out over and over and over again. And if this wasn't true before, it is especially true now in COVID land, where it's created the optimal environment for burnout and blow up, where we were faced with complex decisions, uncertain conditions, being isolated from genuine relationships that nourished us mentally, emotionally, relationally, and professionally. I mean, Aaron said it earlier. We're looking forward. I hope next year we're able to meet face to face, because this virtual thing, there's just something different about it, which then ends up, all this stress causes us to look like this balloon. We started off, we're filling on the whole screen and we're full of life, but little by little, we just start to float around the room until we're curled up in the corner. And these are the things that cause it. You know, we deal with isolation, threat, crisis, and leadership. All of it removes air out of our balloon. And so in circles, you'll hear people talk about wellness. Hey, we need to prioritize our wellness. This is a wellness wheel provided by SAMHSA. It's not ours. SAMHSA put it out there. They will endorse it. A lot of our behavioral health clients will pitch this. A lot of the for-profit clients we work with, they will talk about this, these different circles that make up wellness. It's something for us to be aware of. It's not new information. It's a reminder of information. So as you look at this screen and you think about your stress, maybe it's different aspects of this life. I know with some people we've talked about, it's been financial stress. It's been social stress. We've talked with some professionals and they've been removed from their synagogue or their mosque or their church. And so they're losing the sense of community and spiritual connection. Remember when you used to go to the gym, but then they shut all those down? And then you're like, I'm certainly not going to work out in my house. By golly, I mean, that's not going to happen. And so there's all these aspects of wellness that can impact the conversation. But that in and of itself doesn't actually address stress in a very strategic way, which is where I want to turn our time now. Because there's research out there that suggests there are 4 specific pathways that can address stress. Just a little bit of a geek moment here. So stress, it activates the sympathetic nervous system in our body, and cortisol floods the system. And with it, it puts us in a state where we're not as relationally oriented. We're more task positive. We're less critical thinking. So our complex critical motor skill, it starts to go down. We get more narrow focus. So long-term visioning, processing, it's not something that we deal with. And our body doesn't just naturally push that stuff out. It needs experiences to do it. And some of those are natural. But if we're in a state, in a season, in a moment of high stress, we better be intentional with the nutrients that we're putting in our body, just like we would be considerate of the physical food we put in our body if we were talking about our physical wellness. So we want to pitch these out to you. There are 4 of them: hope, compassion, mindfulness, and play. And the way I like to think about it, sometimes you'll hear people talk about self-care in regards to like putting on your mask. Maybe you've heard this before, a flight attendant on the airplane, and eventually they start working through their routine and they get to that place. Ladies and gentlemen, in the event of a loss of cabin pressure, mask will descend from the ceiling. Please put, what do they say? Your mask on first. But here's what I've encountered in the real world. A lot of people don't have that experience. And so when we talk about self-care and renewal, and we paint that picture, most leaders are like, well, in the event of a loss of cabin pressure, and they never see that connecting with their day in, day out life. Richard Buatzis and Anne McKee, 2 professors at different prestigious schools, one's at Wharton, one's at Case Western. And what they say is that leadership, it's not that leaders aren't having some of these experiences, is that they're not having enough. And so the picture I want you to have in your mind is like filling up your gas can. This really happy lady filling up her gas can. She is unusually happy for filling up her gas can. She must be getting great prices at the pump, which some of us are feeling right now, right? We're just like, oh man, I would be happy for $2.50 again. When we think about the nutrients that we put in our body for self-care, hope, that is the idea of a preferred destination that you're making progress to. That's the way you're going to classify hope. And so when you live into your goals, you take a step professionally, or your family starts to make movement, that's you living in the hope. You had a dream at one point, and part of what the professional experience sometimes breaks down on is the fact that hope starts to die. And let me tell you, when hope starts to diminish, life starts to diminish. Too often professionals aren't living in hope. They're not living in their dreams. They're not living in their passions of like conquering things. And so cortisol reigns. Another aspect, strategy of hope is compassion. Compassion is empathy and caring action. And here's the way compassion works in our life. If we step into the space of acting with caring action, caring intent towards another individual, our body blesses us with activating the parasympathetic nervous system, which counteracts all the negative effects of the stress response, that fight, flight, or freeze. And so when we step in and we say, hey, you know what? I'm going to help this person out because it seems like they're having a difficult time. And it's not like compassion fatigue. It's not obligatory. It's like, this is good and my heart wants to do this. And we lean into that. Our body blesses us and says, hey, you know what? Here's a little bit of fuel for the stress that you're dealing with in your life. This could be towards family or friends. It could be with your teammates. We actually have a management consulting group, the Retina Consulting Group that we work with. And one of the things that they've stepped into is activities per conversations like this of how do they collectively live into compassion, not just in their work, they connect it to their work, but then outside within their community in this very difficult season. Mindfulness. Mindfulness is attention to that of self, emotionally, those around us, and the environment we're in. This is where the big pitch towards mindful activities like meditation have come up. For those of you who have a religious background, interesting, there's research out there that suggests prayer to a loving God. That's the key. Prayer to a loving God activates the parasympathetic nervous system. You feel connected. You feel at peace. You feel elation. You feel joy. And those are all the signs that you are doing something right in that moment. Mindfulness can be taking intentional steps, being intentional with when you bite into that cheeseburger, savoring it. One of my favorite things, I'm going to have steak for lunch. I'm so excited, is I'm going to savor that steak. That's mindfulness. Just how it tastes, the experience of the people around me. Interesting that the body says, you know what, all that stress, I'm going to help you deal with that when you attend to me in this way. Finally, playfulness. Hey, in regards to play, I don't think this needs an explanation. A lot of the research is just like, hey, play, have fun. So what's fun for you? Remember when you used to have fun? But so often for so many professionals in this world, in this space, fun is one of the first things that we toss out the window. We're just so busy trying to take care of so many people that we stopped going to the golf course. And by golly, if you need permission, maybe one of the things you need to say is like, hey, listen, I talked to this consultant guy, had him, and he said, I need to go out to the golf course. Give yourself permission to have fun. Go out to a movie with your spouse. Don't want to date again. Connect with those friends and grab a good bottle of wine and savor those relationships. Sit around a fire and just do things that you enjoy. Go out for disc golf, have an experience, take a trip, go on vacation. A lot of that stuff was minimized during COVID. And as I said earlier, for a reason, languishing, Adam Grant, who's an organizational psychologist at Wharton, wrote that during COVID, professionals of all types were pushed into languishing, this feeling that they weren't thriving. And a lot of it had to do with these characteristics being squashed in our life. Now is the time to live into them. So let me offer some very specific steps for you to take as you walk away. Hey, when you think about your next step, I want you to advocate for rest. For yourself, don't justify cutting rest short. You need your sleep. Interesting research shows that less than 7 hours of sleep for a majority of people gets them what they refer to as sleep drunk. It has the same effect. This is true for me. So it makes me wonder how many of us have been walking around the office drunk, but it's sleep drunk. Yeah. And advocate for rest with yourself, with your teammates. Encourage connection. Relationships matter. We are social beings. Connect with people that energize you. And advocate for that with others. Cultivate mindfulness. Develop activities within the office and within yourself to take a moment, step back, and breathe, even if it's just for a moment. It's amazing to me the power that some of the clients that we have that we're working with coaching, when they take even a few minutes periodically throughout the day to pull back and breathe, to work through a guided meditation on something like Balance or Mindful apps. There are apps out there that can help, and a general search in iTunes can be helpful with that. Please reach out to me, David@ethosleadership.com. just to talk about that. Embrace movement. Our body needs movement. But so often we're just sitting down at a chair for long periods of time doing what we're doing right now, working through a training or a meeting. And we're looking into stand-up desks to encourage movement, to embrace movement, connect to compassion. What type of service activities can you do? Not just out there, but maybe with your staff. Compassion is a powerful thing that will bless them and others. Speaking of mindfulness and compassion, one of the exercises that we'll advocate for is just taking a moment to think about people who've been compassionate in your life. It's interesting, the brain can't differentiate whether it's an activity that you're doing right now, or if you just mindfully attend to somebody who was generous towards you in the past. So maybe an action step for you could be just take a moment, a few minutes, to think about a person who helped you along the way, how your life has changed because of that. I think about my grandma who spoke over me. God has a great plan for your life. And I'm just like, what compassion, the generosity of that woman. And it energizes me. Promote breaks, encourage fun, go out and have some fun. That retina consulting group that we worked with, they just made the decision. They're going out there and they're having like this team building exercise, and they're really trying to think about, hey, not like what's the productive thing for us to do, because the productive thing is let's just have some fun. Let's create those experiences. It gives energy, it awakens people for us to be better primed to do our work and champion purpose. Too often in light of business, our deep purpose is lost. So it just becomes almost like a manufacturing line. People come in, people leave. But that's not why you got started. Somebody had a dream. They were living in hope. They were serving a community. That's what you get to champion. How do you know you're doing this well? How do you know you're living into those 4 strategies? You're going to feel peace. You're going to feel elation. You're going to feel excitement. If you get any of those 3, you're doing it right. If you have questions, don't ever hesitate to reach out to us at Ethos, because we would love to partner with you to help you just get on your footing. Now is the time for us to move forward together as teams. And you are the difference maker in that. So as we conclude, remember, you are your most essential leadership asset. Don't neglect yourself. It is too important for you and your team to make that decision. Y'all, thank you so much for your time. I hope that this has been helpful. It's provided a quick snapshot of things that you can do. Lean into your relationships. They're going to be helpful with this. Appreciate the opportunity to work with y'all.
Well, thank you, David. I certainly enjoyed everything that you shared. I think that a lot of us can relate and connect. So greatly appreciate your thoughts there. I think it was great. Well, thank you, Aaron. My name is Melissa Kwiatkowski. Good morning, everyone. I'm a board member of the PAMGMA. I also sit on the education committee and serve as the forum rep for a CMPE and fellowship. I earned my CMPE in 2008, and if you're interested or considering this, I'm happy to be a resource for you. As we all know, none of our guest speakers or any of our programming would be possible without the generous support of our sponsors. So before we move on to our keynote speaker, I would like to take a moment to recognize and thank our event sponsor today, Vertilocity. I'm happy to introduce Brianne Laffey from Vertilocity, who will tell us a little bit about her company.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me today. We really appreciate our partnership with MGMA. And just a quick background on Vertilocity. We are a healthcare-focused IT services provider. So essentially, we act as an external IT department for your company. We also can partner with any internal people that you have on staff. We provide help desk support, security solutions, cloud migration services. We manage Office 365 licenses, all of these things that we can, just run assessments for you to see how you're handling things and if there's anything that we might be able to help with. We have offices in Pittsburgh, the Denver area. We also have a new office out in Clark, New Jersey, which kind of handles our Eastern PA portion of the business there. So I just wanted to introduce myself and say thanks for having us, and we appreciate our partnership with you. And if you have any questions, I will share my information, and please don't hesitate to reach out, even if you just want to hear a little bit more about what we can do for you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Brianne and Vertilocity again for your support. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So I'm now excited to welcome back our fantastic keynote speaker from last October, Gigi Beal. As you may remember, Gigi has worked in healthcare human resources and organizational development for her entire career. We were lucky enough to have her speak in the fall, and while we are all facing major staffing and employee challenges, we are lucky to have her expertise with us today. Gigi has served as VP of Organizational Development and Human Resources at several HCA hospitals. She has a master's degree in industrial organizational psychology and is the owner of Engaged at Work, where she helps companies enhance their culture. And Gigi feels that this is the key overall leadership, organization, and success of the staff. So please join me and welcome Gigi Beal. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am thrilled to be back. I am coming to you live from my guest room upstairs where the dogs can't get to me, I hope. So we'll see if that holds. I am thrilled to talk to you about this topic. This is a topic that I have seen impact organizations across the board. I am sure that this is impacting your organization as we speak. So let's go ahead and get started. One of the things I'm going to ask you to do throughout is to participate by chat. And once I pull up my slides, I'm not going to be able to see what you put in the chat. So I'm going to ask the fabulous Erin to help us out by reading what some of the things you put out there. Today, we are going to talk about toxic staff. Toxic staff, the vampires at work. So I want to start by saying, think about the worst coworker or employee or boss you've ever had. Okay, just think about them. Just think about them. We're going to talk about this in just a minute. And think about, what is it that made them so bad? Our topics that we're going to hit on as best as possible today, we're going to talk about the types of toxicity out there. We're going to talk about the numbers. Unfortunately, there's not a ton of research done on toxic staff, but there is some, so let's talk about that. We're going to talk about Gallup. You know, they've been doing staff engagement for the past decades, several decades, and so they've got some idea about engaged staff versus disengaged. And then we're going to talk about these things, some consequences of not managing the toxic, what your responsibility is and your accountability. And I'm going to talk about a plan you can use to help you deal with toxic folks. So I'm ready. If you're ready, let's just jump right in. I wish my employee evaluation form had a line item for tolerating a psycho, in which case I have exceeded expectations. Let's start by talking about Gallup. As I said, Gallup has been doing staff engagement surveys for decades, and they kind of break things down, employees down into three categories. And this is where I'm going to want you to participate. And Erin, this is where I'm going to want you to read out some things. So let's start with your engaged staff. These are your rainbows and unicorn staff, okay? They're your very best staff. Tell me some characteristics about them. Type them in the chat. Type them in the chat. And Erin, as things come up, if you just read a few of them, that'd be great.
They are dependable.
Yes. Perfect.
Dedicated.
Yes.
Positive.
Yes.
Selfless.
Keep going. Okay, we got a little lull there. We're going to move on. So yes, they're all of those things. they're connected to the organization. I think that's a key thing. I wish I had heard this other speaker before because I came in at the very end and I loved everything that he was saying. Your rainbows and unicorn staff love your organization. They're connected to your organization. They are problem solvers. They truly care what's going on. They're loyal, dedicated, all the things you said, great attitude. They have a positive influence over the entire organization, loyal, committed, productive. So who gets the most work? You're going to give everything to them, right? Because why? You can count on them, right? You know, if you give it to them, they're going to get it done for you, and you do not have to worry. So because of this, one of the things that we tend to do is we tend to overburden our best staff. We put too much work on them, and they don't get much out of it except for more work. So let me ask you, this is a question now. Again, get ready to type. Aaron, get ready to holler out some. According to Gallup, what percent of the workforce is fully engaged? What percent of the workforce is fully engaged? Wish I had a little timer. Deek, deek, deek.
15, 75, 22,
Okay. All right.
30,
Go ahead. What was the last one?
30.
Okay, that's good. Let's stop right there. Those answers were all over the board, which is perfect. That's perfect. I don't expect you to know, else I wouldn't have to be here. So the answer is 13%. I know. I see, Kelly, I can see you. I saw your gasp. So yeah, 13. That means, you know, that's hardly any of your staff. Now, you may be lucky. If you have created an environment where you may have a lot more engaged staff, that is fantastic. So that's what you want to strive for. But this is nationally, only 13% are fully engaged. Now let's talk about your middle people. Start typing in the chat box. What about those on the fence staff? They're not great. They're not terrible. They get some work done. What are some characteristics of them? Waiting for a few.
They keep a low profile,
Yes.
happy with mediocrity.
Oh my gosh, completely, right? Doing enough just to get the check.
Yeah, they're just there. They're not knocking it out of the park. They do just enough.
Just enough. Exactly. So let's take a look at these things. These are your on the fence people, and these are the characteristics of them. They are not psychologically connected to your organization. They're apathetic. They're less, they take less initiative and more supervision. So these are the kinds of people that you have to tell them exactly what to do. Because if you don't tell them what to do, they're not going to do it. If you give them a task to do and you didn't tell them the final thing, and come back to me and tell me, they won't do that because you didn't tell me to do it. I'm only doing what you say. They are more likely to miss work. They are the kind that go, oh, you know what? I need to tell you about Joyce. And they hand you that problem, but they don't have any solutions. They are the problem hands off. They will complain all the time. They'll give you the problems, but they haven't thought about a possible solution. Now, they usually follow policy. The key to these people is that they are easily influenced by the toxic. And because they are not psychologically connected to your organization, out of all the groups, this is the group that is most likely to leave you. Because they're apathetic, they can be pulled by a shiny, 25 cents more an hour, or I'm just going to change jobs. And I know you have probably some positions that you have filled over and over and over again. And if you end up putting a person like this in, they're just going to keep turning over. So again, here we go with the Gallup. What percent, according to Gallup, of the workforce is not engaged? Not engaged. Put it in the chat.
75, 50, 25, 55, 65.
Okay, all right. I heard 65. That's close. That's the winner right there. It's 63% is in the middle. So you have a huge chunk, more than likely, of staff who are apathetic, who are coming and going, who you can't count on. So that's not so good. Now, remember how we talked about your worst employee, coworker, boss? Put in the chat some of their characteristics. Oh, I see people going for the keyboard.
Negative, complainers, narcissist, controlling, a lot of negatives.
Yes, 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 yes. So let's take a look at them. So here is a whole list of toxic characteristics. Let's start up here at the corner. They avoid work. They sabotage. They're gossipers. They steal credit from other people. They are negative. And I want this next one is, I think, very important. Some of your employees can be really good, and their only issue is attendance and tardiness. That they are, when they're here, they're great. That's what we'll hear managers say. When they're here, they're great, but you never know about that. Drama queen or king, always something going on with them. Always, always. Blames others, minimal effort. They can be an exploder or a yeller or some sort of emotional outburst. Maybe it's not yeller, maybe they're a crier, that they just break down and cry all the time. Tardiness, which goes with that attendance issue. So one of the most important characteristics of these people I haven't put up is this one. They stay. They don't leave. They're not gonna leave at all. The other thing is this. They know your HR policies better than you do. They know exactly when that next occurrence of absence will roll off so that they can then call in again. I mean, they know those policies and they will question you on it. They study because that is part of their power. So according to Gallup, what % of the workforce is actively disengaged? Actively disengaged. This is simple math now. If we remember the other numbers, we got this one. So I'm gonna just put it up, okay? Simple math, 24%. Yikes.
They're all good at math, Gigi. They're all good at math. They got that.
So, okay. Excellent. Thank you. That's why you're in the positions you are. You can do the math too. So excellent. So again, you think about 24%, that is potentially 1 in 4 of your employees. Now you're going to have to assess, like if I ask you to list your toxic employees, could you do it? And resoundingly, when I ask that question to managers, they're like, oh, absolutely. And they're like, let me tell you a story. So, you know who your toxic employees are. So let's move on and talk about it. Some coworkers make every day feel like take your child to work day. And that is true. As I said, they stay. So if they're so unhappy and miserable and negative and drama queens and kings, why is it that they won't leave and go get a job down the street at our competitors? Why don't they just get out of town? Why do you think? Type in there. What do you think?
They're comfortable.
Oh, perfect.
They feel secure.
Yep. That's exactly right. They feel comfortable. They feel secure. They have got power, okay? They have got real power. They've got power and influence over groups of employees, that they are back there. If you ever have a new policy and it's like, we have to do this. And they're back there going, I don't want this train to go that way. And they start sucking everybody that way. They have real power. And quite frankly, they also have real rewards. If they have not been written up, if they are getting the same raise as everybody else, then why would they go someplace else where they may not be tolerated, where this behavior may not be tolerated? They're not going to go. So that's one of the things that we have to realize is that they're not going to take care of themselves. Toxic staff are very, very smart individuals. Sometimes they explode down to those who can't fight back. They also explode out to customers who take their business elsewhere without ever telling the company. You know, the question is, if you have toxic staff members, how many of your patients have they scared off and you don't even know it? Because people just stop making appointments. They don't come and talk to you about it. Oftentimes, people will not complain about a staff member because it seems too subjective. Now, I can tell you that my vitals didn't get taken, but to talk about somebody who's got an attitude with me is now become subjective. And it's easier sometimes to walk away than to confront a manager to talk about it, because a patient might be afraid that they're not going to be listened to. So again, these people are going to stay and stay and stay because they are comfortable. This is probably, when I teach leadership classes, if you get nothing from me today, nothing at all, get this. What you permit, you promote. That means if you have staff members that are rude to patients, who are toxic, and you allow that to continue, then you are telling everybody else that it's okay. That this is okay. This is our culture, and we permit toxicity. And not only do we permit it, that must be okay. So again, we need to think about that as far as our leadership goes. You've got tons of initiatives. I know you do. First of all, I want to just take just a brief moment to say thank you and congratulations for getting so far through the pandemic. I cannot imagine trying to run an office staff in what you all have been through. I know you've been in survival mode and it's been very difficult to think about moving forward, but I know you've got initiatives moving forward, and they can be any of this stuff: quality, focusing on service, your strategic plans, staff engagement, market competition, business goals, and growing your offices. So you've got all these plans, and these cost time and money. They cost a lot to your organization. And you got this person lying in wait, trying to undo every good thing you're trying to do, trying to bad talk your initiatives and bad talk your organization to staff. So, quick little video talking about the toxic. Whoops.
Hey, Gigi, I don't think we're hearing your video. We heard David's. Hold on 1 second.
Is it working?
I'm not hearing your sound.
All right. Let me see if I can do something else. Let me try this. All right, I bet this will work now.
Sorry about that.
No worries. We are doing our very best. Share, I think there. Let's see now. I'm gonna take it back.
They're among you and you don't even know it. They work hard at hardly working. They are corporate SEALs. A corporate SEAL can strategically leave just enough coffee in the pot so someone else has to make the next one. Sneak a work-issued laptop into the bathroom. They can endure hours of political small talk at the water cooler, create believable excuses for being late out of thin air, print concert tickets without being noticed, and participate in conference calls without actually participating.
First thing I do in the morning, tell everyone I have a stomach bug. Then at 11:30, tell people I'm going to the bathroom. There's my hour-and-a-half lunch break. That's basic training.
One of the things Corporate SEALs training has taught me is how to maximize the use of my secretary. Now I have no qualms getting her to do personal errands. Having her wash my car is a little bit more difficult.
Look, I'm sure your way of getting things done is probably fine, but corporate seals use passive aggression. Oh, that's the font you chose.
Can you fix a paper jam in under 3 seconds? Consistently leave the wittiest message in your coworkers' birthday cards. Get around a firewall to watch YouTube videos or check Facebook. Get away with being a little extra casual on Casual Friday.
I'm sorry that just ends like that. But that's all right. We're moving on. You get the gist. Let's look at some data now. So as I said, there's not as much data with this as a lot of other topics, but there is some. This is a study that was done by Leadership IQ looking at 70,000 employees, and they found that toxic staff, 87% said that working with low performers made them want to change jobs. And when I asked this in a group, almost everyone in the audience raises their hand and said that they have thought about changing jobs or have changed jobs because of a low performer. 93% said that working with low performers lowered their own performance, that just by working with someone who was a low performer, they performed worse themselves. Yet only 17% of surveyed managers said that they felt comfortable in improving or removing the toxic, that most people don't know what to do with them, that they just don't know what to do with them. Ha ha ha, he's going to take over. If companies hope to keep their best employees, they have to dump their worst. If low performers start dictating the company's culture, productivity, quality, and service will decline, and high performers will avoid your company like the plague. This is an interesting study that was done by the Joint Commission. And those of you who have any hospital experience know that the Joint Commission is our surveying body. And so I know they don't survey you all, but if we look, they looked at they surveyed the impact of disruptive behaviors on patient safety. They talked to 4,500 physicians, nurses, and other healthcare providers. They were at 102 hospitals, and they asked, does toxicity impact patient safety? And here's what they found. They found that yes, 67% adverse effects, meaning that yes, patient safety was impacted, and one of the outcomes was adverse effects on our patients. 71% decreased quality. Patient safety was compromised. 51% said yes. 71% said that there was increased errors, and here's where it gets bad. Patient mortality. 27% said that patient mortality, patients died because of disruptive behavior by staff. So again, these people are winning. We're letting them win. In recent past, comfortable bottom lines mask the impact and cost of these toxic employees while providing a cushion for executives to spend time and effort on them. You know, we keep thinking that we can rehabilitate them, but comfortable bottom lines are no longer the norm, with the very survival of the business dependent on each and every employee performing well, yet many businesses still tolerate toxic employees. And I look at medical practices. You guys are not typically big. I mean, you may have you may be a big medical practice with several physicians and several offices and have 75 people. That's still small compared to these these organizations that are large. HCA Hospital, 650,000 employees. At a hospital, there may be 2,000. So when you're very small, you need everybody to be on their game. You have to have everyone on their game. So Leadership IQ did a follow-up survey, and they said, what makes someone a low performer? And I think that this is really interesting. It is toxicity. Negative attitude, stirs up trouble, blames others, lacks initiative, and then incompetence comes in at the bottom. So notice, these are all personality issues. These are not performance issues, they are personality issues. So why are people toxic? Why do you have staff members that are toxic? There's a variety of reasons. As we said before, they are rewarded. They get the raise just like everybody else. They're not written up. They're not confronted. So they feel like they have reign to do what they want. Sometimes it might be that they lack emotional intelligence. Again, this is a a sign of how well adapted people are in the world. They may like the power that it gives them, more than likely they do. Maybe they're in the wrong role or the wrong career, or maybe they haven't been, or maybe there's a lack of recognition for the things that they do. And they're like the bad child who will do anything for attention. They will do anything to get that attention no matter what. So there's lots of reasons for toxicity, but that doesn't mean, it could be a disorder, right? It could just be a mental disorder. The bottom line is that their toxicity is giving them something back. And it's important that we realize that they are getting something for that behavior. And if they get a reward of some kind, they're going to repeat it. It's not my attitude if I have it every day. It's my personality. So this is something that happened here in Richmond. This is our Golden Corral, our local Golden Corral. It was pre-pandemic. 3 hurt in Golden Corral brawl. Multiple police and fire units were called to the restaurant on Broad Street. And this started in the kitchen with a cook. And the employees were toxic to this cook. They bullied him. They called him El Diablo, which means devil, and he didn't like it, and he tried to get him to stop. Management did not do anything to stop the bullying behavior. At one point, if you've been any place where they have those rotisserie chickens and they have those big long skewers that they put them in the oven on these skewers. Apparently they pulled out the skewers and they were battling with these things like sword fights that spilled over into the restaurant amongst the crowd, knocking over the chocolate fountain and everything. So again, this is toxicity that was allowed to occur, that the managers knew about it and they didn't do anything about it. So now they were on the news. So let's talk about the consequences for you. We'll talk about the consequences that are ahead for the leader, the team, and the company if you don't do anything about toxicity. And let's start with you, the leader. What happens to you, or what are the consequences to you if you don't do anything about toxicity? First of all, it tells staff that maybe you can't tell good performance from bad. They assume you know about it, and they assume you're okay with it if you allow it to happen. They also might think that maybe you have no idea what's going on in your own facility, that they think, well, that she doesn't know how this person is. And, sometimes that can happen because toxic people tend to act one way around their peers and another way around the boss. They're really kissing up to you when they're around you. But then when they're around other people, they are not that way. So that very well could be that you don't know who's toxic. Sorry, I gotta get where I can see it. That maybe you lack management skills, that you're not dealing with it because you don't have the management skills you need. The other thing is that maybe you think this behavior is acceptable. Remember, what you permit, you promote. And the question is, I had one manager ask, are you getting a bonus for letting this person stay? I understand they're related to the physician. So are you letting this person stay because they're related to the physician? And so maybe you're getting a bonus for this. So again, this is what happens. This is what staff think of you by allowing the toxicity. Here's probably the most important point that I want to drive home. If you allow a toxic person to continue, it tells the rest of the staff that you're willing to let many suffer rather than do your job and deal with them. So they are suffering. They're really suffering. And again, good employees people will leave you because of toxic. We saw that earlier in the statistics. People will leave. So again, it's important that you don't let many suffer, that you take care of it. If you wait long enough, difficult people will either quit, retire, or die. That's my management style. And I want to tell you, this is a management style of most organizations that I have dealt with. Every hospital I went into had tons of toxic people. And I'm going to show you some statistics in a little bit about when we started dealing with the toxic, what happened to our turnover. And again, it's pretty amazing. But It's easier to not deal with it and hope it deals with itself, or that the staff will deal with it. We hope these people will go away. But as we saw earlier, they just don't. The toxic employee, true to their name, can poison the business atmosphere where you work and can make it difficult, if not impossible, to manage effectively. So let's talk about the consequences to the team. It kills morale. Toxicity is really a distraction for other staff. It encourages turnover, absenteeism, low productivity. And I'm going to show you some stats on that in just a moment. So it's not just that it makes people upset. It actually impacts your bottom line by turnover, absenteeism, and people not producing as much as they usually would. It breeds gossip because people are talking about these people who are toxic. And let me just tell you this one. This is interesting. I did this presentation in a town near me in Charlottesville, Virginia, to the SHRM group. And I had afterwards a woman come up to me and said, yes, we had a toxic person who was either absent or late or would show up. And she said, we actually took bets. Like money changed hands on whether that person was going to be late, come in, or call in sick. So again, people are talking about this. And in fact, they probably know if you have someone with an absenteeism problem, someone's counting. Someone knows exactly how many times that person has called in, how many times they've been late. Also, this encourages incivility within your own environment. So it makes other people behave in ways that are toxic. So this is what I think is really interesting. This is done by, I call it by the Christines. Both of these Christines are professors, and they looked at the cost of bad behavior, and they have what they call the incivility studies. The incivility studies. And here's what they had. I have the reference on the bottom, the cost of bad behavior, how incivility is damaging your business and what to do about it. And I'll tell you, we may have even more incivility now due to the pandemic, because all of us became a little bit feral during that time. We forgot how to behave in proper society and how to behave at work. So we might see even more instances of incivility now, so you need to really look out for that. 85% who experienced incivility, that someone was rude to them, a coworker was rude to them, lost work time worrying about the next incident. And that means they either called in sick, or they are talking to another coworker about what Janet did to them, or that they may just be worrying at their place of, wherever they work. They're worrying in their workplace and not doing the work. So they had lost work time. Let me tell you, that is impacting your bottom line. 46% thought about changing jobs. 37% said that they were less committed to the company, and 22% said it reduced their productivity. So again, this isn't just there's just some little management bother to have a toxic staff. It is impacting you financially. Also, part of the incivility experiments, we found this, that witnessing rude behavior reduced productivity both on routine and creative tasks. So it didn't matter what the task was that you gave me, whether it was something that was creative and needed me to think it through, or just a routine task. If I saw someone being rude, it wasn't directed at me, I saw it, then that is reducing my productivity. Witnessing rude behavior decreased positive behaviors in the observer, meaning I saw rude behavior and now I am going to decrease my positive behaviors. So it's like, it's when we say it's poison and toxic, it is. It's not, it is impacting how everyone else behaves and how everyone else functions in your workplace. So let's talk about the consequences to the company. It's inefficient because people are not working up to their full potential. They're talking, they're gossiping, that kind of thing. It creates a poor culture. And I just want to take just a second to tell you, let me check my time. about one of the places I worked. I started at a hospital in Blacksburg, Virginia. I know you're in Pennsylvania, but you might know where Virginia Tech is and the Hokies are. I was working at the hospital there as an HR person. And when I started there, this place had a terrible reputation and we could not get good staff in. People avoided us. They would drive to Roanoke, which was an hour away, to not work at our hospital, which was right in their back door. And it turned out we were overflowing with toxic staff, overflowing. And it took us a few years of dealing with our toxic staff before we got to a place where we started getting great staff and we had a great culture. And again, great culture promotes great and good people will want to work for you. But again, it took years to get there because we had accepted mediocrity and toxicity and poison. It also leads to poor customer service. Not only is the toxic staff member probably giving poor customer service, but again, remember, if your staff is witnessing that poor behavior, they're also going to not maybe be as kind to your patients as you need them to be. Again, inability to attract engaged recruits. It reduces the overall organizational performance, and it leads to that high turnover, absenteeism, and tardiness. Because again, people are going to want to avoid that toxicity. I deal with people who are frantic, hysterical, enraged, and rude every day, and those are just my coworkers. A toxic employee is like having a low-grade infection. You can live with it for a while, but if not properly treated, it can develop into a full-blown infection, making you and your business suffer. So, excuses. Why don't we? You can type these in. Chat. Get ready to chat. Get ready to chat with me. Why is it that we don't get rid of the toxic? We've got some very valid reasons. I have excuses up here, but there's some reasons. What do you think? What are our
Seat fillers?
Say that again?
They're seat fillers.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes.
The recruitment right now is difficult.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Because it makes us uncomfortable.
Yes.
Stability because they show up.
Yes. Okay. Great. All right. Thank you. That's good. Yeah. Good. That's great. And that's exactly right. So let's talk about these. Here is number one thing I hear up at the top. She's so good technically. She's so good technically. But when you're talking about clinicians, especially, you need the whole package. You don't want someone who's rude to the patients. So being good technically, clinically, doesn't matter what, that is not enough. The next one, whoever your financial business office person is, if I let this one go, I may not get the FTE back. Because we're constantly like, well, you did without him for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, so now we're not going to give him back. I haven't witnessed anything directly, so it's hearsay. So I hear this one a lot too. And I'm going to tell you, you can absolutely address things that you don't see because the toxic is smart, as we talked about, and they may not show you their toxicity, that they're showing it to employees. But if you hear something a couple of times, that's when you can confront and say, I haven't seen it myself, but you need to know that I have had several staff members report to me, blah. Seat fillers is the next one. We're already short-staffed. Yes. So let me tell you this, which has been my experience. If you finally take the plunge and let that person, you give up, of course, you're going to give them the opportunity to fix themselves. And I'll talk about that in just a minute on the success rate of that, on whether they can do that or not. But if it comes to the point where you let a toxic staff member go, the rest of your staff do like this organizational sigh of relief. They literally say, what took you so long? And let me jump in and help fill that hole. I'll do the extra work because you know what? They've been doing it already. More than likely, they have already been doing the work because the toxic tend not to do the work or they're pawning their work off on other people. But the people who are left really feel so much better, and you go up as far as status goes in their eyes because you have dealt with the problem, and they're willing to help you, and they're willing to train someone else when they come in. So I would say it's better to be short-staffed than have a toxic person poisoning your staff. I hate confrontation. That was one that just came up, and I keep hoping it will fix itself, and we know that's not going to happen. So I'm going to say, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's hard to do. We're going to talk about what you can do here. And I want to show you my statistics. So as I said, one of the first things I would do, this is an interesting concept, so hang with me here. One of the first things I would do when I'd get to a new hospital is I'd look at the turnover. And I would look at our voluntary turnover versus our involuntary turnover. And again, we all know the difference there. Voluntary, they choose to leave on their own. Involuntary, the organization choose for them to leave. And so one of the things I found at the first hospital where I told you we were just filled with toxic staff, let me show you how those numbers looked. See, look at the turnover. I mean, we had huge turnover in that organization. And yet it was filled. We had seat fillers. But we were constantly turning over because everyone was miserable. The good staff wouldn't stay, they'd leave. And when I looked at our involuntary turnover, it was super low, 1.7%. At the time, 3% is typical for a hospital. That's typical. And so I'm not advocating going out and firing people willy-nilly, but if you're keeping people who don't belong, then look at what it's doing to this voluntary turnover. This is over several years. Look what happened to turnover when we said, we're not going to tolerate negative people anymore. We're not going to tolerate them. And so again, huge difference in what happened. Again, we went up here a little bit and then back up. And again, it all went back to a normal 3%. Look at this one, 32% turnover, 32. They were right at hospital average, but they were filled with toxic employees, just completely filled with them. When I asked managers in these huge, hospital departments, can you name your toxic staff? They'd come up with 3 or 4 each, across 30 departments. We were close to 100 people that were toxic in the organization, which again, it's hard to function like that. So look at this trend line. When we started saying, you know what, we're going to give them an option. We're going to confront them and say, you're toxic and you need to either get back on the train and go the same direction as us, or you're going to have to find someplace else to go. And here's a third hospital. Look at this one. I think this one is interesting. Look at this one in the middle. So we went down on letting people go, and our voluntary turnover went up. But look what happened. We all evened out to where we had a 9.8% turnover. And again, that's just focusing on toxicity and saying, you cannot be like that here. You cannot be like that here. Toxic employees can make it difficult for a large business to succeed. In a small business, toxic employees will suck the very life out of the business and quite possibly be the reason for it to fail. So let's talk about solutions. So is there anything magic? No. I don't have any magic for you. I'm sorry. I wish I did. But I'm going to give you some things in your toolkit. And the first one is to say, today's a new day. We're going to commit to this. And if you are not the leader of the organization, or you need to get physicians involved, this is sometimes tricky because oftentimes the toxic are their favorites, right? That happens a lot. And the physicians need to understand that their favorites may be running off good staff, that their favorites are poisoning their money well, and that they cannot and should not tolerate that. So you need to just draw a line in the sand and say, today's a new day. You need to clean up and enforce your attendance and tardiness policies, and you need to adhere to them consistently. Now, I don't know how you're doing it. I know in the hospital we were very strict with that, but a lot of medical practices I found really, maybe they track it, maybe they don't, maybe they have a policy, maybe they don't, maybe they have the policy and they just don't enforce it, or one manager will enforce it differently than another manager, and you can't do that. You need to say, here is our policy and we need to stick to it. So I know employee personnel records don't look like this anymore, but how many times have you heard a manager say, HR won't help me, or they won't help me get rid of a toxic staff member. I'm done with them, they need to go. And then when we look in the file, what we see is amazing evaluations, no counselings, and iffy documentation. So if we were to go in the file, no one would ever know this employee was toxic because what we have written down doesn't say anything about it. So that's something that we need to hold our managers accountable for. So I know you have department supervisors, department leads, and we have to make sure that we support them and help them get rid of the toxic. I find your lack of documentation disturbing. This is something that I have found extremely helpful, and that is the idea of creating behavior standards and enforcing them. So this is where you would come up with a list of behaviors. This is an old mentor, Quint Studer, who was a health care service guru who was able to come in and transform organizations. He's written all these books, and he was very big on creating behavior standards, which we did in hospitals, and they have not been adopted as much in the office setting. So the behavior standards have lots of different things. They deal with attitude, professionalism, teamwork, commitment to each other, effective communication, and on-stage, off-stage behavior, which is a Disney concept that I brought back to my group. On-stage means, if you think about it, we're on stage if patients, family members, visitors see us. Off stage is in a break room privately someplace. And it seems like a lot of staff members don't understand the difference. Like they'll talk about how they partied last night right out in front of people. Again, they're like talking about what a great time they had last night. I had a little bit too much to drink. They'll talk about anything out in front of people. And we have to realize that oftentimes, especially younger staff members, they may not have had a job until they come to you. If they're younger, what we find college-wise now is, people having that first job at McDonald's or something in high school. It doesn't happen that much anymore. So often a nurse will go to college and get out, and her first job is with you. And so they didn't have the opportunity to learn all those things through those beginning jobs. So they don't know what to expect. And these behavior standards, we write them down and we get staff to sign them. And we put a copy in their file. We scan it into their file. So one of the things I want to say about that, if you're interested in behavior standards, I can absolutely help you out with that. But you can also Google online behavior standards, and examples will come up from hospitals all over the place. A lot of times for physician practices around here, we've created several page booklets. Sometimes it's a one-pager that just hits the key things, but you put anything in there that is not a policy. So you don't have a policy on attitude, but you sure can have a behavior standard for attitude. You sure can have a behavior standard for helping each other and being a good team member and not gossiping. So all those can go into these behavior standards that the employee signs, and then you can hold them completely accountable for that when they break those standards. You broke commitment to teamwork standards by gossiping, or you were overheard gossiping about Gigi in the break room. You know that we're not supposed to do that. That's not the kind of organization we are. It says right here on page 15, paragraph 2, that you signed. So we can absolutely hold people accountable for attitude. What about hiring? So here's your key. No jerks. Don't let them in the door. And I know you're desperate because it's hard to hire right now. And I know that, the great resignation has happened, and maybe you've lost people and you're having trouble filling it. Don't let a jerk in. Don't let them in, because it's really hard to get them out. So some of the things to do, how you can avoid hiring these vampires, is this. Increase your interview time and quality. Realize you are looking at them. Sometimes I've been in interview situations where we're so worried about impressing the applicant that we forget to really check on them. So increase that interview time and the quality of it. Look for red flags in the interview. If there's a red flag in the interview, don't overlook it. That's something you need to investigate. One of the things that I think is real interesting, I just talked about the standards of behavior. Disney has standards of behavior, and they communicate these, and people have to sign them as part of their interview, like part of their application packet. They have to sign them. And what Disney found is that like 23% of the applicants say, I don't want to uphold these standards. Well, okay, self-select out. That makes our job easier, doesn't it? We put these in effect at one of my hospitals, and we had a few people say, I don't want to do it. I'm like, great, then we don't want you. And then I had several people, applicants say, gosh, this is the kind of place I want to work for. That place that upholds, that is committed to each other, that we have attitude standards, that we have teamwork standards, that we have no gossip standards, that they want to work at a place like that. So consider that. Ask behavioral questions to predict. So again, the greatest predictor of future behavior is past behavior. And so we want to ask them what they did. Tell me about a time that you had a patient that was unhappy and how did you handle it? Tell me about a time where you had an issue with a teammate and how did you handle it? People, those kind of questions aren't asked that much. And so it takes them off guard and they are way truthful with them. It's amazing how truthful people are. So ask those behavioral questions. And again, less focus on the skills and more on the experience. Remember, what makes someone toxic is not their skills or incompetence, it is their behavior. So we want to ask those questions that focus on their behavior to get at that. You can also think about using emotional intelligence testing. It's completely legal provided it is in your job description. So if good decision making is part of your job description, you can administer an emotional intelligence, or one can be administered for you, an emotional intelligence test that taps into that and asks them about their problem solving ability. And if it comes up low, you can absolutely not hire them based on that. Uh-oh, one got in, now what do you do? Here's the thing, keep calm and get them out, okay? Keep calm and get them out, because here's what we know. We know that they're going to show their colors very quickly, and it's easier to get them out early than later. I have had, interestingly, I don't know how many times this has happened, where someone has fallen asleep at orientation in the hospital. They've fallen asleep in orientation, and the manager's like, well, I'm sure they were tired. That is a huge red flag. If they can't keep their eyes open for orientation, why would we save them? Why would we keep them? That is clearly a red flag that says that they're not a good fit if they don't even care enough about your organization to sit through orientation and at least pretend to be interested. So I also had one where the CEO and I at a hospital were teaching behavior standards to staff, and we had a few that either fell asleep or started messing with their phone the whole time. And that told us that they did not support them. So did not support the standards. So that was a way for us to say, you know, you might not be the right fit. You need to use the probationary period to get them out. And I know most probationary periods are 90 days, but let me tell you, here in Virginia, this is, employees do not qualify for unemployment if they are employed less than 30 days at our organizations. So for me, we know within 30 days, I mean, 90 days is a nice, you know, you're assuming everything's well. We want to make sure they've been, you know, or oriented to their departments, that they're performing well, they know the job, they're a good fit. But if someone is toxic, you know sooner than that, and you need to waste no time in getting them out. So if you can do it with I don't know Pennsylvania law, but you might want to check on that. In Virginia, we will not owe them unemployment within that time. Let me show you some statistics. This is from Harvard Business Review. It's better to avoid a toxic employee than to hire a superstar. Look at this. If you hire a superstar, they're going to add $5,000 to the bottom line over what it was before, because they're going to come with ideas, they're going to be a hard worker, they're going to be productive, they're going to inspire others. If you let a toxic employee in, the impact is $25,000 to $50,000 hit to your bottom line. So again, we've been talking the whole time that they are more than just a hassle factor, that they absolutely impact your bottom line and your productivity. So let's talk about quickly a plan to move forward. So here's a plan. What I advise my managers in the past is you have to have a conversation plan with the staff member. So we identify, here's what I had them do. I said, write down your toxic. Who's your toxic people? Now let's deal with them. And the idea is to either get them back on track or to get them out. And so we identify the toxic. We gather any data we might have, whether it's absenteeism data, whether it's performance data, whether it's employees complaining. Meet with HR, you may be HR, okay, where you are, you may be HR, but we're gonna meet and have a plan. Prepare for a meeting and set a very serious tone. We're gonna tell the toxic about their behavior. And we're going to say, it's a new day. I have allowed this behavior to go on, but we cannot allow it any longer. We're going to ask for their input. They're going to probably deny and blame and point, but we're going to ask for their input. We're going to give them timelines and guidelines about what we expect. And we're going to offer to help, and we will help, but we're not going to let them off the hook. We're not going to let them run this meeting. And you want to stick to that plan, and you tell them when you're going to come back and talk to them. But I'll tell you, if you say, we're going to come back and talk in 30 days, 30 days you come back and they've been great, it doesn't mean they're off the hook. They're on the hook until we know that they're a good employee. They're on the hook. So let me tell you what happened to us when we implemented this plan at several of my hospitals. Several people did not like the pressure. They felt like the gig was up and that they weren't going to have the same power they had anymore, that, uh-oh, you found me out. Okay, I need to move on. So that's what a lot of employees did. In fact, most of them, they self-selected out as soon as the pressure started, as soon as we confronted the toxic behavior, as soon as we said it's a new day and you are not allowed to do this anymore. How many people converted and became great employees? Only a few. A few did. It was great, but only a few. For most of the toxic, this is who they are. And we can't change personalities. We just can't. So a few of them became good employees. A lot of them left on their own, and then we fired some. So it ended up most left. In the middle was firing, and then a few converted. And I'll tell you, all it took was firing one or two toxic employees to where that spread throughout the organization. And that's when it's like, oh, I got to get out of here, got to move on. Gig is up. So we're at a quick recap. So if you've got questions, you can start putting them in now. But let's just recap here a little bit. Your employees are made up of the rainbows and unicorns. This is your engaged staff, the on the fence sitters, and then your toxic. The data tells us that the toxic not only scare off good employees, that it lowers productivity, it increases bad behavior from our good employees, it lowers productivity such that it impacts our bottom line, people call in sick, all kinds of stuff that tell us that these people do not belong in our organization. We talked about the consequences to you, the team, and the company as far as them not understanding that employees think that you're just ignoring it, or that you're not a good manager, or that you're willing to let them suffer because you don't want to deal with them. We talked about the consequences to the team, which was poor morale and gossip and lower productivity. We talked about the company having a hard time getting good recruits. And then the focus, I showed you my data. What happened when I looked at voluntary versus involuntary turnover, and when we said we are going to deal with this as an organization, what happened to our turnover and how it really slowed down our voluntary turnover and got us to a good place. And once you get the toxic out, then you can start attracting really good staff members. It's a new day. We talked about that and how important it is to draw that line in the sand, and don't worry about what you haven't done in the past. that, again, it seems like the guy before me was saying that same thing. You let go of what you did in the past. It doesn't matter anymore. What matters is what you're going to do right now. We talked about how you need to clean up your HR policies, especially your attendance and tardiness policies, and hold everyone accountable consistently across all departments. And that means you need to get your leaders from your different areas on board. We talked about how personnel records often have really terrible documentation in them about the behaviors you're seeing. We talked about creating behavior standards and how that really helps hold people accountable. We talked about not letting any jerks in the hiring process and making sure that you clean up your interview process so that you're really looking for organizational fit and not just the fact that they've got experience in another physician practice that's just like yours. We also talked about if you do get a jerk in, keep calm and get them out. We talked about the conversation plan. Now, what questions do you have for me? I have one little video that we have to see to end this up. What questions do you have for me before we look at that?
I can read them for you. So one question is, do you have any suggestions for getting physicians on board who generally avoid change and who fear that losing the staff will negatively impact their bottom line?
I'm going to send you these slides and I would show them to the physicians, and you need to come in with an argument that shows that these negative people are impacting the bottom line. I know they don't like change, but they need to realize that this is hurting their bottom line by keeping this toxic staff member in there, and that and again, oftentimes these people do favors for the doctors, they take care of them, they're just doing all the things that make sure that they are completely valuable to the physician, not to everyone else. But I would ask that you start the conversation with your physician armed with data that we've got here that shows that by not taking care of their toxic staff, they're actually doing more harm than good, and that there could be more money. They could be making more money just by getting that person out.
Okay, and similar question. I feel that toxic employees resist change if it creates work for them. How do you promote change that could benefit a practice to someone who is unwilling to adopt change?
Yeah, I have a whole presentation on change. That is more difficult to just answer in a question because it's a much bigger topic on accepting change. But the reality is that 95% of the time we change from something that's okay to something that's much better. And people resist change because they're worried about what it's going to do to them. So when we talk about change from an organization, as I said, this is a longer answer than I can that is needed here. But one of the things that we need to do when we are implementing change is not be so worried about the change itself. That's something that you need to deal with. When you're trying to deal with your staff members and change, you need to deal with their emotional concerns about the impact of that change. They resist change because they worry, am I going to be demoted? Am I still going to work with my friends? What if I don't get it? What if I look stupid? So there's all these personal failure things that people are worried about when change comes along, and we tend not to include that in our change process. We don't worry about that at all. We just say, hey, we need to change everybody, and this is why. What I'm asking you as managers to do is look at the emotional impact of change on your employees and deal with that and talk with that. And give them some reassurance.
Wonderful, thank you.
Well, hello, everybody. I hope you're all back or coming back from your break. Sorry it was abbreviated, but it was a good program that Gigi put on, so I think worth the bit of lost time. My name is David Regan. I am also a board member of Pennsylvania MGMA. I work in South Central Pennsylvania for WellSpan Health, a large integrated health delivery system with multiple hospitals and a large physician practice and other attributes that you typically see in an integrated delivery system. Our next two sessions are going to be a bit more freeform. So I'm going to encourage you to turn on your mic and turn on your camera because we do appreciate being able to see who's asking the questions. And we're going to ask that you participate by sharing your questions or concerns because we have an expert ready to hopefully answer all, or if not most of them. So let me introduce Garrett Wozniak from Coleman and Saucier, PA. He's based in Timonium, Maryland. Garrett's practiced law since 2013 and concentrates his practice in really all dimensions of labor law, such as general counseling and advice and employment matters, defense of unemployment discrimination, sexual harassment suits, ADA, FMLA litigation, wrongful discharge, and many other topics. So certainly the kind of asset that we don't want to have need of, but we're grateful when people like Garrett are available. So without further ado, I'm just going to turn this over to Garrett and let him make some few comments before we get into the question and answer period.
Thank you for the introduction and good morning, everyone. It's good to be here. Thank you for having me. As David mentioned, this was intended to be free form. So an opportunity, if you've got itching, burning questions, please unmute and ask them, and I'll give an answer, and we'll try to get through as many as possible over the next 30 minutes. And I do have some slides prepared for some hot topics if we get through the questions, or if I happen to have a slide on one of the questions, I can fast forward to it. So why don't we kick off there with some questions? Well, let me actually do it a little differently. I'm going to talk about one topic to give you all a chance to formulate your questions, and then we can get going. One of the topics or new developments in employment law that you're probably aware of is the, and I'm going to fast forward to the slide so you can see it, is the federal law that bans mandatory arbitration of sexual harassment claims and prohibits joint action waivers of sexual harassment claims. So if you're working for an entity that requires employees to arbitrate sexual harassment claims, we're not talking about racial harassment or any other sort of harassment, you can't require that as a condition of employment as of now. That doesn't mean that you can't mutually agree to do that, but it's important to look at your agreements. So prospectively, any new claim, even if the agreement where you said my employee has to arbitrate was signed 5 years ago, no longer valid. And so that's something to be mindful of. And that's something that the president signed last month. So that should have given you maybe a couple seconds to formulate a question. So does anyone have something to kick us off with?
Garrett, this is David. I'm going to jump in. I'm curious on your observations and how we as healthcare providers might respond to the recent court action that basically said CDC does not have the power to mandate masks. I know it was focused and impacted on travel, but wondering if there's also a correlating impact for those of us in healthcare.
Sure. Well, a couple things. The story, the book is not closed on the mask mandate. The president just announced that depending on what the CDC recommends coming up here in a couple weeks, they're likely to appeal that ruling, which does seem to be a very broad and legally questionable ruling, according to Supreme Court precedent and what other jurisdictions have said. So we may see that the courts ultimately say that the federal government did have the authority to issue the mask mandate. Just because the government's mandate has been put on hold, put on ice, doesn't mean as an employer, you can't require masks in the workplace. And so you can make that determination on a case-by-case basis. You can say in certain areas, for example, if there's a heightened risk, that you're going to require masks, but in others you don't. You might want to consider the vaccination status of your employee population and those coming into your facilities to say, okay, if we reach XYZ threshold, we'll remove the mask mandate, but we're going to keep it in place for now. So you want to look at your specific circumstances and ultimately make the decision that's right for your entity based on the safety of your workplace, visitors, patients, and so on and so forth. So it doesn't have a direct impact on what you do. Certainly the population that is against mask mandates will see this as a win and might be emboldened. And so that gets into a employee relations realm, which has been probably front and center, right up there with workplace safety over the last 2+ years with the pandemic. Is everybody's got an opinion on all the COVID related stuff, including masks. And so you might find, if you have employees who are very anti-mask, that they're gonna, well, the government, you might hear something like, well, the government can't mandate masks, so you can't either. And that's simply not the case. So communication, understanding your population, and then deciding what's best for you in your workplace is how I would recommend moving forward. We might see again, though, that the mask mandate goes back on. I just saw an interesting data point using New York City as an example. They said they've got 3 airports and a number of train terminals. In 2 of the 3 major train terminals, because they're operated by the state of New York, excuse me, by the Port Authority of New York, masks are still required. But for the one operated by the federal government, masks are not required. And so that just shows the kind of the dichotomy that's going on with where are we, when am I where I am, and do I have to wear a mask? So just decide what's right for you and communicate to your employees and understand that not everybody's going to agree, and that's okay, but they're expected to follow the rules that you put into place. All right, well, why don't I, unless there's any, I'll just dig into my slides and perhaps that'll trigger a thought. Please don't be shy. I want to be helpful to you today. And there's no such thing, seriously, as a dumb question. There's just dumb lawyers who answer the questions, right? All right, so one of the topics that you're probably all well aware of is sexual orientation and gender identity in the workplace. There was a very important Supreme Court decision expanding the reach or expanding the scope of sex under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And what this decision did, the case is Bostock. It said that sex in federal anti-discrimination law includes sexual orientation and gender identity discrimination. Where there had been a bunch of different opinions on this at the lower federal courts. And for practical purposes, all this means is, and common sense can govern here too, it is unlawful to take an employment action because of an employee's gender identity or sexual orientation. Instead, you want to make those decisions based on legitimate business reasons. So just as we're not going to make decisions based on race or sex or gender or age or disability, we're not going to fire somebody because they're homosexual or they don't act like a man or they don't act like a female or they have a different pronoun or choose to go by a different name than the one they were born with. Those are all not reasons to make employment decisions. And so that's the impact of Bostock from from a practical perspective. Another set of cases that has been percolating through the courts is, and it has a practical impact because we probably all encountered a situation where there is a relationship in the workplace, and some of us might have policies that say you're not allowed to have or you're not allowed to be romantically involved if you're a supervisor with somebody you supervise. And that, as a matter of policy, is a good idea because it can create competing interests and conflicts where the supervisor is treating the employee perhaps more favorably, or if the relationship goes south, unfavorably. So what do you do with that? So there's been a number of cases claiming that, well, that sort of favoritism is sex discrimination under the law. They call it the paramour preference. And what now every court, with the exception of one out west, has decided is that preferring someone's romantic partner is not sex discrimination, because it's not the gender, the sex of the individual that's driving the decision, it's the romantic relationship. Now, look, even if treating a romantic partner is not sex discrimination. As I said, I think it's a bad idea to permit supervisors to be romantically involved with those they're supervising. It creates morale issues, and it creates a situation in which other employees are going to feel slighted simply because they're not dating or having other relations with the boss. So keep that in mind. Again, something else that we're seeing more of as plaintiffs' lawyers are being creative in the discrimination context. There was a case in Pennsylvania from the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, actually, that has ticked off a slew of litigation regarding what's called the USERRA, which that's the acronym for the Uniform Service Employment Rights and Reemployment Act. And generally what that does is if you have employees who are in the reserves or the armed services, that guarantees them reinstatement rights after their training or their deployment, subject to specific criteria and conditions. So if I work for you and I end up being deployed and I come back, I'm placed back in my position, not the position I was when I left, but where I would have been had I continued to stay working with you. And the reason I'm bringing this up here is the litigation that's occurring is where employers are not providing short-term paid leave to employees while they're on their training or their reserve assignments, their deployment. And they while also providing short-term disability and other short-term sick leave and things of that nature. So if you have employees in the armed services, federal or state level, and they're going away, you need to see what your policies say and don't automatically say, yeah, we're not giving you short-term paid leave for that period of deployment. Because if you do, you do run the risk of a USERRA violation, which is an increasing trend in employment litigation. So again, I encourage you to look at your policies and see what they say. And then if you're aware that you have workers in the armed services, take stock so that you can address this proactively before the next litigation in which your employer is named as a defendant. So keep that in mind as well. We're probably, any questions yet?
I actually have a
I do
question
have
about
one.
gender.
Oh,
Excellent.
go ahead.
So I work for a surgical group, more specifically a colon and rectal surgical group. And we are currently looking for a medical assistant. And the majority of my staff happen to be female right now. And I interviewed a male candidate who I actually liked very much. And I had a discussion with physicians, and one of the concerns that has come up is that there is the potential for us to have a situation where we have a male physician, a male medical assistant, and a female patient, and they are concerned about the risk that puts the practice at.
Well, a couple things come into play there. I would not advise, if I was providing legal advice on this call today, that you make a hiring decision simply because of the gender. Now, if you have a situation where because of the nature of the practice, it's important to not have two male practitioners in the room with a female patient. I get that legitimate business reason, but does that mean you cannot hire the male for the role? Perhaps there's scheduling and we could schedule procedures in a way that makes it work. Now that probably will make certain folks pull their hair out because that can be logistically challenging. So you need to articulate the legitimate reason. So if we can document the concern that, yeah, look, we can't have, or we need to have at least one female in the room because of patient concerns and that relationship we have, that's a legitimate reason. Now, that doesn't make the sex being a female a bona fide occupational qualification. So you really would need to play up the rationale for, look, we need to make our patients happy and understand the concerns they have when they coming into the room, but don't exaggerate that either. And so and again, I do get the logistical challenges, but if you can work on scheduling or if you don't in fact know that patients have that concern, and this is more of a hypothetical concern, I think you might put yourself in a box. You might ask the individual, if he's well qualified, does he have experience working with patients of the opposite sex, and how has that worked? Is there any red flags that gives us concern? And you're not suggesting that necessarily that anything inappropriate is going to happen. It's just a matter of optics and patient comfort. So put all those things in your box, and then see if you can work through it. Because frankly, if you make the decision simply because he's a male and you're not able to bolster that legitimate reason, I think doesn't mean you're going to get a lawsuit, but it's a little uncomfortable in that decision, because really, why are you making the decision? Well, it's because he's a man.
Well, right. That's what it comes down to technically. And the one physician said, this would be different if we were cardiology practice. I wouldn't feel this way. But given the sensitive nature of that area, and I do understand that, it's the only place that probably people don't want to go more to than the GYN. It's uncomfortable, and I get that. So, and realistically, most of the time, that staff are scheduled in pairs. And again, all the other MAs right now happen to be female. And so it only really becomes an issue during like vacation, or if someone calls out sick, because of my physicians, 4 of them are men. So, yes,
Okay.
whenever possible, we could schedule him with a female physician, because that kind of takes care of that. That's not realistically always going to be possible. There is definitely going to be the potential and the likelihood that at some point it will wind up being the 2 men versus potentially a female patient. And that's the concern. And I agree with you. I do feel like it's still technically discriminatory.
Sure.
But there is that piece of the type of specialty that we are, that I think it makes for legitimate concern.
Yeah. Well, so another thing you could do there,
that's my issue.
and another way you could address the situation would be, so you said it's primarily going to be when folks are out, maybe somebody got sick, or you have a number of folks out on vacation. If you have the procedures scheduled for that week or that 2-week period, whatever that happens to be, you could try and load up on the male side, so that decreases and again, that may not be practical. I get it.
Yeah.
Or you disclose to, look, this week for this procedure, this is the staffing we have. If you're not comfortable, we'll reschedule it. And maybe the nature of the practice is such that for a lot of these things, they're planned sufficiently in advance, so that, look, if we want the 1 male, 1 female minimum rule in the room, then we can deny vacation requests for when we need that person in the office to be present for a procedure. So you can do that too. Again, that requires planning, but there's no just, hey, here's the easy solution. It's going to have to require working on the schedule, and then informing the patient. If a patient's comfortable with it, then fantastic. And you can disclose, look, there's no necessarily choice in what's happening, but we will work to accommodate you to the best of our ability. And that's how I would do that. But I wouldn't just say, yeah, you're a man, and because we have other females and we have other males, I don't like that decision. If that's the way you ended up going.
I asked, couldn't we just have another female staff member, come into the room?
That's another option. Sure, you bet.
Visit. And the one doctor, I think, felt like, he said it almost looks clumsy. Like, he said, what, you're just going to come in and stand there? I said, yeah. I said, I personally would be willing to do it in my role. I don't have a problem with that. But then the question becomes, is that something that you bring up to the patient and say, hey, today this is our situation. We have 1 medical assistant today who is a male. The physician is a male. If you would like a female, in the room, we can provide that for you. And the response that I got to that was, well, 1, you really shouldn't put that on the patient, and 2, they might not be comfortable enough to open up and tell you that. But I feel like at that point, if it's being offered, at that point, the responsibility does shift to the patient to say, yes, I really would prefer to have a female present. We'd be happy to provide that.
Well, and that's where you ultimately have to get to, what's the reason for the question? Is this your concern, or have patients expressed this concern, or is this a larger concern for the practice? If patients aren't vocalizing this, or on a macro or micro level, or perhaps it's a problem in search of a solution. But I get you trying to be proactive as well. And so I think there are a number of ways you can minimize the risk, but you have to look at your patient relationships too. And I think I would be pretty ticked off if I come in, I'm all prepared for my procedure. I've already taken leave from my job. And then I learn for the first time, there's a situation I might not be comfortable with. So
Right. And the
I
reality
think
is
communication is important.
This is office visits all day, every day. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's just the occasional scheduled procedure. This is the exam. This is the routine, what happens in the office
Sure.
every day. So,
I think you work on the scheduling, having somebody in the room, as long as the patient's comfortable with it, that's a potential solution as well. But you have to be nimble and you have to plan ahead, and you're not going to be able to solve every one of these problems just on the basis of getting the work done.
Right.
That was a good question. Any other questions before I move on?
There's one in the, well, first off, Kelly, there are several of your colleagues weighing in too in the chat if you want to read back through it. But there are, Garrett, if you scroll up in the chat, there is a question. Michelle has said that this is an old problem, but in today's environment, what is the exposure when the position owners are difficult?
Can you elaborate on what you mean by difficult?
Michelle, I don't know if you want to jump in and elaborate on that a little.
Sure. So, hold on a second. Let me close my door. Yeah. So what I mean by difficult is that one position owner in particular is oh my God, he could not be any more cantankerous, and and vocal, visible, out in the middle of everything. Everybody sees it. He does have a few favorites, but for the most part, when we put the schedules out, we get the eye roll when you are, on the short end of that stick. And so, we've tried to address it here at the board level, and the physicians, it's a privately owned practice. So the physicians are thinking, well, we'll just talk to him. Well, that doesn't do any good. Just talking to him doesn't help. And so, he's rude even all the way up to me. And we'll sit in a meeting and he won't say a word until we get ready to leave. And then he stands up and vomits. And, and so we can't be productive. For me, I can handle it, but for some of the other staff who are not at my level, they're less comfortable with that. And I think it's problematic.
That can be problematic because even though the owner's not, and I may be wrong on this, I don't know if he's an employee of the entity as well, but an owner can create a harassing and hostile work environment situation for staff as well. And so if this is a real concern, that we've got to, I would suggest identifying somebody who has the leverage at the organization to make a difference and have that conversation. Look, people in authority are not always easily convinced. I totally get that. But you can find who is the person who might be able to bend this individual's ear and say, look, you can't be doing this because it's creating a situation that's impacting the staff and it exposes the practice to litigation. And there's risk there. Now, we're talking about two different things. One is if what he is saying could be harassing under EEO laws, but the other thing is he simply just being a bully. And while that's not going to be protected necessarily by Title VII or similar state laws, that can create situations where there's emotional distress in the workplace. So I think your first tool is if there's a co-owner or if there's a president or if there's somebody on the board for corporate governance to say, look, we've got to fix this. And we can perhaps do it in a way that's not singling that individual out by doing an entity-wide kind of sensitivity, bullying, workforce training that gets that point across. But frankly, I'm not naive, and I think ultimately someone has to have that come to Jesus meeting with him.
I guess that's my point. First of all, I don't agree with the philosophy of teaching everybody because you've got one bad apple, and everybody knows it, so they know what you're doing. And I think the other thing here is that it's a well-known issue even before I started working here, and they've had multiple conversations with him. I guess that's the point, is that I feel like that anything that can reasonably be done has been done, and the behavior is still bad, and he's rude to even me. So, like I said, I don't go home and cry at night, but I'll bet some of the other staff do.
Yeah, but the issue there is you have the owner of the practice, right? So nobody has the authority to get rid of him unless you all walk out en masse and choose with your feet.
Yeah,
And
but
that's
he's got an
why,
obligation to the employees. I mean, yeah, he's the owner. No, we can't get rid of him, but he does have an obligation to the employees to not have a hostile work environment where they don't know what they're walking into.
well, yeah, I totally agree. And so then the issue is, how do you convince them of that? And if you've had the conversations and that's not working, and there's nobody who's got his ear and that's not working, you got to come up with creative solutions. And so if it's really bad, find another job. I don't say that flippantly, or should come up with other solutions. Perhaps everybody writes a letter and says, look, if you're willing to put your name to paper, try and convince that individual. But it sounds like you've done a lot and it's not moved the needle at all. And so unfortunately, I think you might be left with door number 3, which is, if it's so bad for folks, they might not want to keep working there. And maybe only then will he realize the errors of his ways.
Not really a solution, is it?
Not the one you're looking for, I guess.
Well, there isn't one, is what I'm hearing. I mean,
Well, right. You could file, if it's harassing, you could file a charge of discrimination. I mean,
Hold an intervention.
that's an option.
Hold an intervention. Meet with the guy and tell him, here's what we all think. You either deal with us, or I did put in the chat somewhat, not flippantly, sarcastically, but realistically, is tell him that we're going to have Uncle Leo pay him a visit. I'm just saying.
thanks, Peter.
Any other questions? All right. Let's see. Vaccination mandates and exemptions, just briefly. Look, as you're all well acquainted with now, if you choose to mandate vaccinations, you can do that. Have your processes in place for accommodations for medical reasons, disability, and religious exemptions. Again, consider those on a case-by-case basis, no blanket denials. And perhaps at this point in time, you're finding that, you know, those who were going to be vaccinated are vaccinated. So hopefully that isn't much of an issue for you at this point in time. But if it is, the same processes that you've probably been talking about for the last 6 months still apply. One of the things we're also seeing is long COVID as a disability. So if you have folks who have had COVID and are having those lingering side effects that are impacting their ability to perform their job functions, they might be eligible for FMLA if they're receiving regular treatment, or they have inpatient care or an accommodation. I know a lot of folks are itching to get back to the workplace and return to the before times, but you know, if long COVID is affecting somebody in your workplace, you might need to consider extended telework or a modified schedule to allow that person to be able to get back to performing the essential functions of their job. Harassment, talked a little about litigation elsewhere. Another area we're seeing a lot of lawsuits is in same-sex harassment. So I think, and this goes to the question previously from the owner, look, harassment can come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. It can be supervisor to subordinate, subordinate to supervisor, colleague to colleague, man to man, man to woman, homosexual on homosexual, straight to straight, and customer to employee. And so if you don't already recognize that harassment can come from every edge of the spectrum, that's something that you need to be mindful of. I know it's 11:16. Erin, do you want me to stop, see if there are any other questions? I can do whatever you want.
I think, are there any other questions for Garrett at this time? I know we're gonna transition right into another conversation about employee engagement and things. I don't want to take up more time with Garrett than he has allotted for us. Sorry, I realized my camera's off. Garrett, do you want to? What are the high points of your the rest of your slides? And I know you're not feeling well today, so I don't.
No, it's quite all right. The last couple points were, reassignment is, when we're talking about accommodations, if you're one of the individuals at your workplace that is handling accommodation requests, remember one of the options you have, in addition to additional leave and modified job responsibilities, is also reassigning the individual to another position. But if you do that, you should bear in mind that that is the accommodation of last resort. You really don't want to do a reassignment unless you've exhausted all other options that you're willing to do as the employer. And the reason for that is the courts don't like it. They know it's available, but they don't want to see employers who are saying, we got the easy fix here. We're just going to put somebody in a different role. So keep that in mind. Unpaid leave is a better accommodation many times than reassignment. Talked about Me Too. As you're all probably intimately familiar, the Medicaid and Medicare vaccine rule is still in place. So when I was talking about vaccine mandates, again, have your processes and policies in place. This rule is live and it's in effect. So if you're covered by that rule, you must have a policy. You must be collecting that information. And unlike the federal contractor mandate and the 100+ employee vaccine mandate, this one is not going to go away anytime soon.
All right, thank you very much, Garrett.
Yep. Hey, thank you for your time. I know we didn't get a lot of questions, but I appreciate the two that we did get.
Yeah, and it was good discussion around those issues. I thank you very much. Thank you for stepping in and meeting with us today. And Peter, do you want to take us away from here?
Take care, y'all.
Where would we like to go? All right, hi everybody, how are you? All right, I don't work with a silent crowd, so unmute yourselves, please, because this is interactive. I am not giving you a slideshow presentation. I'm not doing any of that. We're going to talk and hash this stuff out by hook or crook. So let me get a gallery so I can see everybody. All right. So I appreciate what Garrett offered on the legal side, and we're going to use this time for some of the practical issues that we're facing about employee engagement, staffing, recruiting. Can anyone find the employees they need? And I see the smirks on everybody's faces. So you all better unmute, because you know me, I'm going to call on you. And I'm the one who mentioned Uncle Leo before. So you know my background, even though I'm Greek, I have some Italian friends and we know how this works. So we want to make this lively and I want to make this interactive. And what we looked at is the fact that there are staff shortages. There's employee engagement, which is somewhat difficult these days. And I think it has been made a little more difficult with some of the legal issues that Garrett even presented. We have onboarding issues because we can't find the people we need to onboard. So we have our onboarding ready, but we have no one to onboard. And then we're dealing with retention because apparently the big bucks are out there and everybody's putting in signing bonuses, including, as I informed the PA Board of Directors at one meeting, about a quarter of a mile away is a McDonald's. And if you'd like to be a cashier, they're offering a $500 signing bonus. I raised my hand. I mean, who wouldn't, just for the $500 signing bonus? So these are the things that we are dealing with as practice administrators. And I will tell you, as a former practice administrator, because I gave it up for many years ago and decided to go into association management, I have found the same thing. Erin is on my team. She has been with me for this September will be 4 years. And we had a couple of staff shortages that we had to deal with, and finding them was difficult. The old routine of spending, say, $150 on LinkedIn, and then in 24 hours, you had like 35 applications from all around the world, even though it said Hunt Valley, Maryland. They applied from all sorts of countries. Apparently, there's maybe a new type of travel to get people to and from every day. Yes, I'm being sarcastic. I have a right to. I'm an employer. I'm dealing with these issues. I pulled out my hair. My hair is gray. This is all I have left. So this is what we're going to talk about today. So I really do want to, I want to have you participate to the extent possible, unmute yourselves and throw this information out there, the good, the bad, the ugly, because we're all in the same boat. And we're all trying to figure out how to deal with this. To shape this, to further shape this discussion, you've all heard the big resignation, the big retirement. The retirement was millions upon millions of people. If we think that just 1 million people have an effect on the employment or unemployment rate, you can imagine what the great retirement has had, and that effect has had on not only those who are out there seeking jobs, but those who want to be out there and seek jobs. And then we have all these payments that everybody is able to get from either the state or the federal government. And it was helpful to people who were without jobs, obviously during COVID and everything being shut down. But it continued even as, you know, practices were opening up. And how could you compete with a $300 extra a week bonus? You couldn't. You know, you weren't seeing enough patients to generate the revenue to take care of the staff you had. And now you're going to try to compete with the, you know, the additional bonus. So I'm not besmirching the government for looking out for people during the great shutdown of 2020 and 2021. But as we came out of it as employers, there's no way that we could compete with that. It was a no-brainer. I mean, I did the math one day for somebody and said $300 a week. Let's just say for 30 weeks, I get that. Do the math. Absent your unemployment benefits, you get $300 more a week. Just do the math. Where would you go? Home, in front of a TV. Again, my hand was raised. But because I am my own employer, it didn't work. So I want to know first is how many of you are experiencing, I'll call it, staff shortages right now? You can raise your hand so I can see, even through the blurry. And the rest of you, you're lying. You're lying. You better just open up that video, because I know you're lying. We're all facing the same thing. So I would say, how bad is it? How many of you are experiencing less than a 10% staff shortage? How many are between 11 and 20% staff shortage? Wow. And let's just do this one, 21 or more, 21% or more. Wow, it looked, you know, the rest of you, again, you're all lying. I'm just saying, you better I'm going to call on you. I have names up here, and I'm going to call on you. That is, unfortunately, what everybody is experiencing. And in healthcare, it's very difficult to find everybody, because there are those who have been in for many years and they went the retirement option. There are those who have just said, we're done. We're done. And they're going to look for something easier, okay? I want to see what they find that's easier, because even the McDonald's, that $500 signing bonus, I don't know how easy that job is going to be, seriously, compared to some of the other things that we're facing. So by my count, we had about we had 2 people between 1 and 10%. We had between 11 and 20. It looked like there was like 4 or 5. I know, Melissa, you were looking too. So I'm watching, because both you and I went, wow, at the same time. And great minds think alike. And 21 plus, I thought we saw like 3 to 4 people. So here's going to be the open-ended question. How are you attempting, notice the key word there, attempting to find new employees? And yes, I will call on you.
Word of mouth.
Word of mouth. How are you doing it? Through your patients, through the staff, both?
Both, and some social media.
Ooh, cool. Okay. I'll ask it now. Is it working?
It did work. We did hire a nurse position based on sort of word of mouth.
Okay.
And then that position, once hired, brought an MA along.
Okay. Sort of a twofer.
Actually, a 3 for now. We hired 1 more person from those to fill an MA position.
Okay, so that definitely has been a plus for you. Wow, so you found 3. How many people were you down to the point that you found you needed 3?
It's hard to remember at the time. We were down, I think 3 to 4 MA positions. We were down just the 1 nurse position.
Mhm.
We do have some scribe positions and some front office people available, still down.
Okay. And I see there's a chat. Social media, Indeed, ZipRecruiter, nothing is working. I'm going to get to you. I promise. We have answers here. For others who have found, what are you or not found an employee yet? What methods are you using? Because all the old stuff, that doesn't work anymore. So we have to find new ways of finding employees. How are you finding employees? Okay, when I start doing the music, you know I'm going to call on you. So I'm just giving you the heads up. For those of you who don't know me, Tracy knows me very well. We go back for a long time. So when you start hearing the music, you know
I
I'm
can
gonna call on you.
share. I can share what we're. It's not really that we're doing anything different. I'm seeing more candidates. We had 8 different clinical positions open in one of my offices. And we try to mix that up. We had 1 RN position that was open for 7 or 8 months, and we finally filled that. But we're going to have 2 more RN positions this summer because one of my staff is moving back to Florida and another one is going to retire. So we're already looking now. We have had a lot of good RN candidates. They turn us down for pay.
Are they heading toward being traveling nurses? Because that is a very big competitor right now to offices.
Yeah, and in our situation, because we're part of a health system, a lot of people try to get their foot in the door in the physician group practices, and they only have to work there for a year, and then they can bid on positions at the hospital. So we end up being the training grounds for the hospital, and their nurses, well, all of the positions at the hospital are making considerably more money than the people in the offices.
Your direct competitor is really the organization you're working for.
Yeah, they're cannibalizing us, and we end up being the people that are training people all the time to get them into those positions. But the other thing that was hurting us, because we've always had a lot of MAs, the MA programs shut down during COVID. They weren't having, so we didn't have graduates.
Right.
Now we're starting to get those people back, and we participate with one of the local programs. We have MA students, and one of our students, my staff came to me and they said, she's fantastic. We need to hire her. So she hasn't graduated yet. She has a job whenever she's done. She already has the offer, and we just have to wait for her to officially graduate.
Snaps.
Yeah, so those are some of the things that we're doing. Also, they were offering sign-on bonuses, but it was only $1,000. So they have now increased that to $4,000. So it's possible that we'll see some improvement there, but we're still having a really hard time getting RNs, and that's going to be a definite need for us when we lose those other 2 people.
Hey, Tracy, it's David Schmidt. Was that sign-on bonus just for RNs, or were you doing sign-on bonus for medical assistants too?
They did it for all clinical positions.
Okay, 4,000 medical assistants as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, they just increased it. So, I mean, but now, okay, so it's called a sign-on bonus, but they get half of it after they complete their probationary period. So after 90 days, and then they get the other half after they've been there for a year and successfully have a good evaluation. So that's not really a sign-on bonus, in my opinion. But I appreciate that they're doing that because it's kind of a carrot, that they're holding out there. But it worries me offering those. And the MAs are the ones that we know that we should be able to retain unless they leave to go to another organization, because there's not a lot of opportunity for them at the hospital level unless I did have one MA left and went to a clerical position at the hospital to make more money in a clerical position at the hospital than she was making as an MA in our office.
Quick question, Tracy. So, or to anyone, are you permitted to offer like referral fees? So if an employee refers, a candidate and you hire them and they stay on for 90 days or 6 months, are you permitted to do that?
We tried that. And honestly, I didn't have any employee openings at that time because that was actually prior to COVID. They tried a referral program. So I don't know entirely what happened. And there's been a lot of turnover in our HR department as well. So I honestly don't know what happened with that, because that was something that we thought that could be really helpful. I do involve my staff in the interview process and always have at least 1 or 2 staff members that sit in on the interview with me and then get their opinion. And then they also will do some research on their own when they know who a candidate is. And I'm not asking any questions about how they do that, but
It's called stalking, but that's okay.
I know it is. I know, but
We don't do that. Nobody does that.
No, I didn't do it. So
I heard the term out on the street one day. It's stalking.
Hey, Melissa, we have done some referral bonuses for internal staff who bring on candidates, and it's worked pretty well. I wouldn't say it's revolutionary because they would have probably referred their friends to us anyway, but it's a nice benefit for the employees who are referring to us.
Is anyone else using referral bonuses, signing bonuses, or even the word of mouth with patients and staff? Anybody else using those? Okay, so you know what my next question is. So then what are you using? Come on, guys, you should know me by now. So what are you using? And I see some wonderful faces out there. I'd love to hear the voice that goes with the face. Tell me what you're doing. Tell me what you're facing. And now starts the music. Okay, Kelly, we're going to go to you first. Erin, you're up next. Heather, you're third. I got all 3 of you down there. All right. So Kelly, you're first.
In terms of how we're looking, I've been doing Indeed, ZipRecruiter, word of mouth, social media, well, all the things mentioned, which is why I didn't comment prior.
That's okay.
And, it's very hit or miss. One of the other problems that I seem to be having is that you get people in the door and very quickly they go out. So, I mean, to be very honest, I think we have other issues at play. I am newish to my practice. I've been there for 5 years. The manager who preceded me was retiring and had been there for almost 30 years. And so she grew with the practice. So essentially I'm coming in as an outsider, and I am finding that my big challenges are, number one, when I'm objectively sort of informing the physicians about things that I observe, I feel that the initial reactions are a combination of things, a little bit defensive, very stuck in the this is how we've always done it thing, and very resistant to change and evolving. And in addition to that, so 2 of them are senior and probably, I'm going to guess, maybe have 5 years left. So they're not focused on growing the practice in the way they were, 30 years ago, which I get. And then the other people are, I've got one that's a newer partner, and then the other 2 are kind of middle of the road. So I think one of our big challenges is amongst the leadership group, there's very little seeing eye to eye. So sort of establishing, set guidelines. Every physician likes to do things differently, which I get, to a point, but all of these things create really big challenges for me. Because if they're not willing to hear what I have to say and allow me to kind of run with that, I feel sort of stuck. And so I'm doing my best to work around them within reason, but there are, a lot of limitations there. So, and I think that now it's coming more to a head. So it's still going to become a matter of whether or not they're willing to do something about it. Because I don't think we're going to be able to retain new people until we sort of get a process and procedure updated that works for everyone and get people back on the same page.
Okay. Erin, what's going on in your practice?
Well, actually, I have not spoken because I work under Tracy. I'm very new to this position. I actually just transferred in here in about 2 weeks ago. So,
Okay, so
I'm kind of
Tracy, so excuse me, Erin. So Tracy, you can't say anything. Mute yourself, and you don't hear anything. Okay, it's like the word stalking. You don't hear anything. Erin, you can speak freely. I'm the executive director for PAMGMA, so let's go for it.
I'm very excited. Tracy actually invited me to join today. So I've worked in urology for 19 years, but this is just a whole new role for me. So I'm kind of just observing, and I got to sit in a couple of interviews with Tracy, which has been very helpful. So I'm just kind of listening and taking it all in.
So, and I don't want you to divulge anything you don't need to by any means. Were you looking for a position? Okay, leave that alone.
I will tell you, I just kind of outgrown the position that I was in.
Okay.
So I was I wanted more of a challenge. So back to the hospital, she was mentioning how the hospital is our competitor. I did take a job at the hospital.
I was asking, go ahead.
Just looking for, like I said, I just wanted more of a challenge, just something different. Not that I wanted to leave here because by any means I didn't want to. I was just kind of outgrown. Like I just needed something to challenge me a little bit.
And the only reason I asked is because I was thinking, oh, wow, here's somebody from the other side, who's looking for a job. How did you find the job? That's where I was going with it. So I wasn't trying to pry into anything else. Well, welcome to this group. And we appreciate your input. So don't sit there quietly. Unmute yourself and you can talk. Don't worry. I give you permission.
Thank you. And this is all new to me. Like I'm a little bit shy. So this has been good for me to, speak and learn all that. So I'm very excited. So thank you.
Yeah, this group is not shy. So you'll outgrow that in like 30 seconds. Okay, so that's not a problem. Welcome to the group.
Thank you.
Heather, you're up. What's going on in your neck of the woods?
Even better, I just started with the same company that Tracy and Erin work with. And I started there last Monday. So I actually I have not been in my practices yet. I'm not even entirely certain which practices I will have. My prior practice, I was actually a registration manager.
Okay.
And I was fully staffed. I was very lucky, very blessed. I came into a position that was struggling from their prior manager. They had the entire department leave with the exception of 4 people. So we had rebuilt the registration department at that hospital. And it was a lot of patient engagement. It was a lot of, I was a cheerleader essentially for the last year, just ramping up the staff and really building a good positive atmosphere. When I left, I had all my positions were filled. I had a great team. Everybody was doing really well. So now I'm really excited to see what I've gotten myself into.
All right, cool. Well, welcome to this group as well. And you're with a fun group up there. We know Tracy. I mean, all kidding aside, fun person, good person. Welcome to this group.
Thanks.
One of the things that I want to put this out there is, because I heard people saying social media, word of mouth, and so forth. In looking for position recently, as I said, I used to put maybe $100, $150 into a pool for LinkedIn. And in 24 hours, I would get, honestly, 35 resumes. They'd be all from around the world, weed them out. you probably get your top 5, and we can conduct interviews and hire somebody out of that. And we didn't even need the full $150. It was just like one night of $45 and boom. Then the pandemic hit, and $250 got me over 2 weeks 5 resumes, 3 of which were out of the country, like seriously out of the country, not just across the pond, like across 3 ponds and some mountains. And I don't know how that was going to work out travel wise. This last time, what we decided, and it was from one of my employees, she said, just post the job for free on LinkedIn and then let's promote it on our social media channels. And as well as the fact that, we did have staff promote it. We found better candidates, a limited number without a doubt, but we posted the job, and in a course of a week, I think we had about 8 candidates. There were a couple that were out because, you can set up LinkedIn to just like apply to almost any job. Unfortunately, I really wish there was a little more criteria built into that to save our time and theirs. I come from New York, but that doesn't mean I can hire somebody from New York and have them travel every day. It's just not going to work. So, and that's being nice. So we had out of that group 2 candidates that were really very, very good, and we conducted the interviews, and it was without any cost. However, you have to wait a little bit because it's not happening like it did initially, where you would have, honestly, my inbox would have 35, resumes in it, everybody applying for the job. So I throw that out to you as I was very skeptical. I said to Lauren on my team, who said, let's post it for free on LinkedIn, let's promote it through social media. And I went, well, we have nothing to lose. It's not going to cost me any money, but that's where I was. I was pleasantly surprised at some of the candidates. And so we did it that way. So a combination of the word of mouth, we posted it free without spending money on LinkedIn. And then we just posted on social media, we're hiring, and we linked it right to that job. I even considered, dare I say, going to an employment agency, but they all want 20%, and they have that minimum salary that they want because they have to make their 20%. And I mean, as a small company working for nonprofits, I was like, I can't do that. That's just like done. No, I can't. But that's how far I was going down that road. And so it's very difficult. Now I know we heard that we did word of mouth, and we had 3 hires in one practice. Is anyone seeing retention issues with employees that have been on for a while? And I don't just mean those saying I'm going to retire, just retention issues in general. Anybody want to share anything? I could call on Michelle Burris because her video is closed, or Daniel Williams, or Kathy, or Terry H. I know Terry H. or Eileen, or Angie, or Sharon. I could do that. Okay, Brittany has a question. For current employees, I have had questions on increasing pay. Oh, Brittany, do you want to share that a little bit?
I've had that issue. I've found some of the employees that have been there for 20 years and started off at a much lower salary, and now you're bringing in new people at a more competitive rate. We've had to make adjustments because unfortunately they discuss it pretty openly, and you really want to try to be fair about it, but it's presenting, issues with the bottom line because we have a fair amount of employees. So that is a huge challenge that we are facing.
And this market is not helpful for practices in that regard because you wind up paying new hires more money, and you do have to rectify that. And there is a federal law that says you cannot stop employees, despite the fact that we get told that we do, you cannot stop employees from talking about their salary with other employees. It's a federal law. It's under the Fair Labor Standards Act. And in fact, it was Garrett's practice that had talked to a group of mine, and it's federal law. You can't stop them. That line that we usually put, try not to talk or whatever in the employment manual, like, yeah, nope, it's against federal labor law. So do not. That would promote actually other entities to come in and try to do damage to your practice. So they can.
My frustration with that is, I've worked very hard to be fair and consistent with that. My frustration that the factors that the employees don't consider, we'll take MA, for example. we would pay somebody slightly higher that's a certified MA. You know, you factor in experience, years of experience, you know, and the other things that they bring to the table. And, you know, they just have this one piece of information. And right now, I think more than ever, everybody wants to be angry about everything. And so it does create a lot of challenges. You know, for me, it's not that I don't want them to discuss it because we're not, you know, fair or consistent, but it's that unfortunately they don't know what they don't know, and they never have all the facts. And in our positions, we obviously can't disclose them. And so for me, that's extremely frustrating, you know.
Yeah, I get it. And in fact, Brittany just said current employees hear that other companies are offering quite more than what they are getting paid and question why they stay where they are doing the same job for the less pay. And again, it's not everybody knows the apples to apples comparison, as you mentioned. When I ran a practice one time, we needed a receptionist at the front desk, and the person that was there came from a legal office, and it looked like bombs were exploding. It was terrible. And while she may have had a nice personality, it was rough. And so this is many years ago, but I searched and I found a bartender. And Bo Hager's was a very famous bar in Baltimore. I see Heather nodding her head, so she frequented there a little bit. I'm just saying, maybe. Tracy, don't hold that against her. But okay, guys. Thank you. As Heather does the Vanna White of the liquor cabinet. Is that in your office, by the way? Because some of us may want jobs there, Tracy. You can fill positions right here on this call. I'm just saying. That's some perks over there. But somebody said, why did you hire a bartender to put at the front desk? She doesn't know anything about medical. She doesn't know copay, blah, 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 blah. I said, yes, you can teach medical. You can teach customer service. Right. And when you work a 40, 50, 60-foot bar and you deal with cash and credit cards, stock, phones, drunks, non-drunks, your supervisors, and no one helping you, and you do it, but you also look at the tips that are on the counter, you know damn well that person knows their job and doing it well. You can't teach that soft skill. You either have it or you don't. You can rough it out, you can smooth it out a little bit, but you can't teach it. And so for me, I just went to places that were grocery stores, back before self-checkout. We would look to see who was a good cashier and a bagger and so forth, like those types of things. It showed they were thinking more about the customer they were serving than about themselves. And so I put her in there, and the medical director said, rah, 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 of course, because he's God. And then the next day he went, she's really good. I said, would you like to speak into the microphone? I mean, let's go, buddy, really? So sometimes we have to do some unconventional things. I don't have an answer, unfortunately, for Brittany, because it's the competitive market, I think, is what's making, not even just a competitive market. Kelly, I think you said it earlier, is that there is this volcano, I think, that's growing. I think overall in this country, not getting political, I think between how it hit, how it was handled, the length, and so forth, I think it has just created this bitterness and anxiety and whatever. And at some point, it's a volcano. It's gonna erupt at some point. I hope it doesn't. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's what's there, and it's hard to deal with, especially when the volcano is about to erupt from an employee who doesn't know what they don't know. It's one thing if you say, here are the facts, and I'm going to talk to you about the facts. It's another thing to say, damn you, why am I not getting paid? Blah, 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 blah. And you're sitting there going, boy, you just don't have the information, do you? And it's hard to deal with that. And I think that's part of what Brittany is dealing with. And I wish I had an answer. Anybody have an answer on what Brittany could do even in her practice?
Well, I recently, and I don't see my supervisor on here, so.
Heather, Erin, you two keep quiet
Yeah.
now, okay? This is the newbie side. You don't say a word, okay?
Yeah. So this one practice has been understaffed for a very long time, longer than even this fiscal year, and by a significant number of positions. So I took a look at the finances to be able to say, this is what we budgeted because we budgeted for this many people. This is how many people we've actually had, and figured out what the what the amount of money was that in theory we saved. And then proposed, I did a proposal that we bonus out 15% of that deficit to the staff that are there. And then I looked at what percentage of the year the staff have worked there and kind of split it up that way, so that if someone had only been with the department for a short amount of time, they didn't get as much money as someone who had been there for longer. I submitted it to my boss, but you know, I don't know that it will get approved, but that's something tangible that I thought I could say, look, this isn't across the board. This is for our department because our department was understaffed and you all have been picking up the extra workload. They value that and they're willing to share some of that savings with you. And I mean, it was only 15% of that savings, but yet the bonuses will be, if they're approved, they'll be fairly, I mean, significant, like $1,400, something like that for a lot of the people. And since our department is the, has the most turnover in the entire organization, they might approve it. And it could be a model that could be, you could roll that out to other departments if they truly are understaffed for a significant portion of that year. That might make staff more willing to do more, to be a little more. Sometimes the staff will say, oh yeah, hire this person. And then they get in there and they realize, oh, that was a bad decision. You know, they aren't the person that I thought they were. But they won't want anything to happen to that person because they know it'll impact them, because they'll have to work more late shifts or come in early or whatever. But if they know that if they work short and suck it up, that they'll share in that savings, I think they might be a little more willing to do that.
And I want to wrap up my segment a minute. I have a meeting at 12 o'clock that I need to go to, and but I'm going to let Erin continue the conversation, so I apologize. But I think I would wrap up by saying where we are in this market, and it's still changing, and it will continue to change just the way politicians change their mind day to day, state, federal, city, local levels and such, is we definitely need to find new ways of retaining employees. It's not just, you know, at one time it was dollars and cents. Another time it was, what growth do I get from this job? And then it was the package. Now it's a little different. And I don't have, as an employer, I don't have the remedy, and I don't even know that I have the full insight as to what it takes to retain employees. And I will get off, and Erin can say whatever she wants about me, et cetera, because this is recorded. I could always find out later on. But but I think it's a matter of what you just said, Tracy, is looking at the big picture. Is if we can find savings, because we have to keep the, you know, we have to keep the practice running. That's the bottom line, right? That's the first thing we have to do. Otherwise, it doesn't matter how many people are working or not working for us if the practice is not viable enough to continue. So we have to keep that going. We have to service our patients, our clients, our customers, whoever they may be. And we've got to figure out, how do we make this whole balancing act work? I try other areas to maintain employees and show my appreciation to them. And I think that's ultimately what we have to do. I will leave you with this, which is from Business Week, probably about 28 years ago. And it was this little story. An employee walks into your office as a manager and says, hey, here's my resignation. I'm leaving to go to another job. And that particular manager said, oh, well, why are you leaving? They said, more money. They said, oh, well, let me offer you more money. And so the analogy, what was coming out of that story in Business Week was, the person already made up their mind to leave. And 30 years ago, it may have just been about money. But the point is, they made up their mind to leave. Some employees you're not going to be able to keep no matter what kind of a package you put together. It's a matter of trying to find out what could show your appreciation, monetarily and otherwise, to your employees in order to retain them for as long as you can and for them to be productive. Whether it's flex hours, whether it's pay, whether it's benefits, whether it's a week off, whatever it may be. I don't have that answer. And this call was not to come up with the answer, but to at least engage in some of the things that we're facing. So unfortunately, I have to leave for a 12 o'clock meeting. Erin is here and she can keep the conversation going. Erin, would love to see maybe we have some sort of forum where we continue this conversation because I don't think it's resolved by any one phone call, but I think we could probably share some more experiences. And Erin did tell me to do one thing, and I have to do what I'm told, and that is when Erin breaks, you have a break until 12:30, and then you want to come back into this meeting for the session that we are going to have, the coding session, which begins at 12:30. I apologize that I have to leave. I have like 30 seconds to get on a call, but I thank you all for participating. I appreciate it, and I really do look forward to continuing this conversation with you. So Erin, we have to make that happen.
Thanks, Peter.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Everyone, just to continue the conversation that's been going, one of the things that really matters for employee retention is culture, and it kind of ties into some of the discussion from earlier this morning as well too. And that is something that I know several of us have, when joining our practices, have really, Kelly mentioned it, really focused to improve the culture. It really takes physician buy-in and leadership buy-in as well too. But what is something that has worked for you all to improve the culture to focus on retention?
I'll go back to my last practice that I was in. It was exhausting. It was every single day of rounding with the staff, making sure I touched base with everyone, kudos for anything they did well. I did a lot of stuff out of my pocket. If they worked extra hard to finish, they got the labs down, we had to work COVID labs and stuff. If we got the labs under 300 count for the week, I bought pizza for the staff, or anything and everything I could possibly do. And it was exhausting, but it worked. The employee recognition, it's huge. And during this time especially, it matters, and it matters to them to know that they're appreciated and they're doing a great job. And and if they're not doing a good job, then that's another discussion, obviously. But to make sure that you're doing those daily affirmations for them, it goes a long way, especially with the staff I had was patient access reps, so it was they're not making millions. They're not, so any little bit that we could do extra to help and to make their days bright and not, discouraging with somebody yelling at them because they didn't do something right. It went a long way. I don't know. So hopefully that sticks down there and I can implement some of that stuff into my new practice, but it worked.
Heather, that's a great point. You mentioned daily affirmations. What does that look like for you and your team?
So we had like a group chat every day, every single day. It was, the kind of meeting minutes in the morning, this is what the day looks like. This is who's not here. This is who's covering where. And then I had a positive quote every single day that I would put out to them. And I would just Google it because after a while you run onto your own positive things to say. So it was just coming up with, feeling out what was going on. If they had a difficult week or whatever, or you have those weeks where it's a full moon and everything goes awry. Just feeling out what was happening for the week and then just kind of basing your quotes off of that. And yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like a daily huddle just to kind of rock everyone on board.
Cheerleader.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started what was called the Nightingales of the department. And it was basically a small group of people that I pulled together to do staff engagement. And it was just silly things, little things, but it really pulled them together to not focus on the monotony of their day, but to do something fun. Some thought it was ridiculous, but others really appreciated it. And, if they won some, a small little pen or whatever. I think the point of it was they were winning. So it put that little competition into it, but not into their actual work, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they were winning, but also being recognized for
Yeah.
the work that they're doing and their behaviors and things like that.
Yeah.
At the same time. That's great. Brittany mentioned in the chat that has not had a lot of turnover, thankfully. However, she does feel that making sure people feel heard helps a lot. Encouraging them to make suggestions to better the practice and actually implementing those things to make them feel respected. I think that that's very important as well too, just making sure that your employees have a voice in this, and not everything is possible, but do what you can that is possible. So that's a great point, Brittany. Any others? What's working for you? What's not working for you? Angie mentioned that they have employees nominate for an employee of the month. So they've got, and they give a gift card every month to that employee. So they've got a program for employee of the month for that recognition, which is nice.
So can I mention that at our practice, and David, you know this, since David's my boss, we do have what we call Genesis Experience, and we nominate employees, but not just one. We write anything that anyone has done that we think has gone above and beyond. And sometimes the bulletin board is literally packed full, and we just pull them at the end of the month. We pull one, and the person who nominated the other employee, and the employee that was nominated receive a $10 gift card. Goes a long way. We open our staff meetings with tell us good things that are going on. All of our meetings, we start with that. When we do our daily huddle, usually I do the daily huddle in my division. So I try to start with, hey, so-and-so, I saw you did this yesterday. It was a great job. Thanks for doing that. That's really, something that we look to continue that behavior. And that's a really great customer service or something like that. So I think we do try very hard to recognize our employees. But even though I think that's a great thing, I'm not sure how far that actually goes to. I think sometimes we do it so much, does it really make a difference after a while? That's my question. I think we should still continue it. I have no negatives for it, but I do sometimes wonder, does it produce a positive?
Right. You have to keep recognition fresh and meaningful is a big thing. It just can't become routine, or else it just gets lost in the hustle and bustle of the day. Melissa wrote, we have a process where employees can acknowledge other peers for doing a great job or going above and beyond. Peer recognition is meaningful, which I agree as well. What else is working for everyone, again, or not working? For recognition, retention, recruitment, any of what we've been talking about.
I didn't do this in my department, but one of our other managers did this. We use Tiger Connect. It's an instant messaging that's secure. So we have a staff so that all the staff members are on this group chat kind of thing. And they do the same thing in their department. And she started a story through the group chat. And she started it out with one sentence and then send it on to the whole group, but kind of assigned, okay, here, next person, you add a sentence. And they had this entire story told and everybody was a part of it. And it was hilarious because they tried to involve the doctors within the story. So they used their names and it was very kind of disjointed, but it was fun and they all really enjoyed it. She's done a lot of really great activities with her team and has much better staff retention than before she was doing those. So I want to try to implement some of those things on our team because we we do already use Tiger messaging every day, much in the same way Heather talked about. We send out, I have a message every day. We are supposed to talk about there are core values within Mount Nittany, and we have one core value that we are supposed to discuss every month. So that's kind of the value that I try to gear my quotes around, and we'll share that with the staff, and we have that at our weekly meetings, and just try to engage people with being recognized for the work they're doing, but creating a sense of community within the practice to strengthen the culture and get them, they are all very different, but they can have fun while they're all together, and just getting them to recognize that everybody has something to contribute to that. So
excellent point, Tracy, and a couple of great takeaways from that. One being that breaking up the day with something fun like story time and just that chain stories is huge. Like very important to keep employees like engaged and fresh, and just not going through the motions or feeling like they're going through the motions. And then the other part of that is something that's important to the organization, your core values, incorporating that into the fun, so it's meaningful as well. So I think those are both good points. Thanks for sharing. Right. Anyone else? Would anyone else like to share? We've got a few minutes left.
Do you all think that there's a generational difference between what your employees value? Like, okay, this is going to sound ridiculous, and I might delete it so that it doesn't like carry over into perpetuity. But if any of you watch TikTok, the employee, there's like HR TikTok, and I'm not kidding, there is. But a lot of the like employee recognition, the classic employee recognition kinds of programs get a lot of flack from like Gen Z and millennials, that those things are like outdated. Do you think there's like a generational thing that those things are not appreciated in the same way, like as Gen X or old or previous generations would appreciate them or like buy into them in the same way? Do you think there's a difference, like that they just don't care as much? It's like all about the money, about the fast course to the title.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think that generation's motivated differently sometimes.
That's a much nicer way to put it. Thank you, David. Yes.
What's important to them is money and time off.
Yeah.
Whether that's scheduled or unscheduled, unfortunately. But yeah, some of that generation is motivated differently. So we have to figure out how to understand that and incorporate that in our business. But not everyone feels that way. So we have to do something that will work for the team or most of the team, or you have to figure out what works specific to your group and your organization. It's not cookie cutter. The same thing may not work in each practice, but you have to trial and error, see what works. Ask your employees, find out what motivates them, find out what they would like to do. Have a committee of a couple of different generations to come together and help develop a program or help give ideas, possibly.
So I really appreciate the active conversation today that in the past, over the past couple of discussions.
Okay. Everyone, thanks for joining us back after that short break. I'm David Chimento. I'm a board member for Pennsylvania MGMA, and I'm also a practice director with Genesis Medical Associates. Our final session for the day shifts focus to coding changes specific to practice administrators. I'm pleased to welcome Sonda Kunze with Coding Advantage. With more than 30 years of experience in healthcare, Sonda's expertise includes comprehensive knowledge of ICD-10 and CPT coding concepts, documentation and training, compliance, and healthcare reimbursement methodology. Her experience comes from working in a variety of positions, both as an outside consultant and as a professional within hospital-owned and private medical practices. She has experience with review and correct application of various healthcare regulations. Sonda holds many nationally recognized certifications in coding, billing, auditing, and compliance. I'm excited to welcome Sonda. Take it away.
All right. Thank you, David. I am going to turn off my video, and it's only because I can actually be distracted by myself, and I don't want to do that. I want to make sure you all get the best out of this, what sounds like the last session. And we will entertain questions throughout because I certainly want this to be interactive. There's nothing worse than if you go to a session and you're just being lectured to and you can't add to it or ask a question that others could benefit. So we're going to do our best to manage the chat box. If you have a question about something I say or present, then you can you feel free to go in the chat box and write your question, and we'll try to manage those as best we can. If you want to wait till the end, we're going to have a little session of Q&A at the end as well. So it's completely up to you. All right, so you should be looking or being able to see the presentation. And basically, I'm going to concentrate on evaluation and management, remote care, and other kind of coding and billing nuances that came into play in 2022 that may surprise some of you, may not surprise you if you're up on all the crazy things that are happening in coding and billing. If you're in this particular career path, I can tell you it is never a dull moment, and there's always room to learn more and to continue with your education. Otherwise, I'm hoping you're joining us to get a little picture into what you can do at your practice. Some of the things you'll hear today are just the way the codes come out and describe things, and we always hope that the pairs follow suit. And I can tell you as we're on each little area of what one pair may be thinking or at least making up or giving a publication about, but we don't know. And it's really so important as practice administrators and billing personnel and auditors that when you're involved with a particular, let's say, guidance or anything that's coming out, that you really research it well with your payers, because something can come out, and it always comes out from CMS, right? That's our golden standard. That's where we start. But you always have to test the waters of your particular carriers in your state there in Pennsylvania. And I'm hailing out of Ohio, so I have to keep track of that. And certainly I have business in several other states that I always have to be cognizant of, that even some of the states will vary in their payers and how they treat things. All right, so what is our learning objectives today? I want you to be able to have some insight to some of the new 2022 codes that have to do with remote care, because there was a really big push now, obviously with the public health emergency. That just pushed it, catapulted it in right into the center stage on how we're taking care of patients. If you don't know about 2021 E&M documentation changes, and I know it's 2022, but I'm going to go revisit them because even when auditing, I can see that some templates haven't changed yet. Or if you do and you're really aware of them, we're just going to refresh that and talk about it, and maybe give you an opportunity to ask questions of what we've seen in our audits. And then split share. This is a big deal. If you have nurse practitioners or physician assistants in your practice, you really want to pay attention to this. There's some pretty crazy rules that just came out, and they're going to get even more complicated in 2023. And then we're all going to talk about telehealth billing environment and how that is affected by the payers. Some of you are already feeling the pain of, okay, this one wants this place of service and that one wants that place of service. I need a modifier on here. Is a patient's home really a patient's home? And some of these questions I can answer, and some of them I will plead the fifth, because honestly, we do our best as consultants, and I know you do as practice administrators, to dive in with these carriers. And sometimes these rules are kind of like what we'll call silent, meaning that they don't publicize, and then it's very difficult to get to people to get the right answers, but we do our best. So I will give you as much information as I have. I'll share what I do have and then let you know if I just don't know the answer to it. So let's just talk about overall CPT changes. In 2022, there were 405. We're only dealing with a subset here in our conversation today because basically we don't have a whole day to go over them. There were 249 new codes, 63 of them were deleted, 93 were revised, and those all took place on January 1st, 2022. One of the significant things that we'll talk about is digital medicine. That's the same as kind of when we're talking about remote care. We'll kind of put them interchangeable. Some would argue that digital medicine is one thing, telehealth is another. And I agree with that. We kind of lump them all under sort of telehealth or taking care of folks, you know, from the aspect of them not being in the office, right? So either we're monitoring them from a digital medicine perspective, or we're getting on a Zoom or whatever medium you're using, or even the phone these days. And then one I want to bring up is principal care management. This is a little bit different than CCM, the chronic care management, because this one only needs one chronic condition. Now we say that and then people will go, yay, only one? I think I could manage this. Well, it has to be pretty complex. And I think people kind of missed that when the CPT came out. The principal care management, there are 4 new codes. So those are up there for you, the 424, 425, 426, and 427. These are based pretty much the way you've seen CCM and chronic care management codes. And all of these codes together kind of work the same way. They just have a little bit of differences in terms of what you're actually managing. So the new codes are providing reimbursement for managing one complex chronic condition. Again, you can do it with specifically by the physician or nurse practitioner, or I'm sorry, that's like a non-physician practitioner. So it could be either the nurse practitioner or the PA or clinical staff. It depends on that scenario as to what code you select. So both are capable. Certainly the clinical staff is under the direction of a physician or that non-physician practitioner. There are 2 new codes of this subset that cover the Medicare G codes. So if anyone was utilizing those or was billing for those, I think they're going to go away. You know, Medicare usually will give us some grace time between the time they sunset a code and start using the CPT. And then principal care management codes are 30 minutes. In chronic care, we're used to the 20-minute, and then this one is 30. All right, so here are the codes, and I like to kind of break it out on a table. I'm a very visual person. I like, you know, writing things, but if I don't see it kind of in a manner that I'm used to seeing, like a table set, it kind of like throws me when I'm trying to learn new codes. So as you can see, the 424 is the single high-risk disease, first 30 minutes, and this one is personally by that physician or other qualified healthcare professional per calendar month. Whenever you see calendar month, you can bet that that's, well, should be, right? You can bet that that's probably programmed into systems to look at the per calendar month. Now, saying that, we've seen some rejections. And I'll jump around here a little bit. I kind of just use my slides as a jumping point, but just I like talking and telling you everything I know about something. So what we've seen, not just for the principal care management, but for the remote monitoring codes and for the CCM, they're very sensitive to things like where February only had 28 days. So if you didn't span the 30 when you went to bill March, you probably had a problem with some rejects in the system, or if for any reason you billed under the 30-day mark, a lot of carriers will start rejecting, saying benefit exhausted, or this is not eligible for payment. And it threw a lot of people on that those particular codes, especially RPM and the CCM. Had a lot of calls about that, saying that Medicare were saying it wasn't a covered benefit. Those of you who are doing billing every day also know that the CARC code you get, or the RARC code, and those are just rejections, are not always, they don't always match up with what they're actually trying to say. So like, for example, you could get a reject that says not covered, or provider not eligible, or something like that. And it just simply is something different that's going on with the claim. Or you get something that says modifier invalid, and actually it's because the provider was billed wrong. It's, you know, it's really tough. Like I said, in consulting, we'll probably be in business a long time, and billing, never a dull moment as well. Okay. All right, so bringing this into play with the other ones so that you can see this, and why we have this in a table here is like to think about, if your practice isn't doing this, what are the codes that are available to you? Think about those, and whether or not all the administrative piece behind it, because you have to think of that too. What do I have to do in order to bill these? Sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze, if you've ever heard that saying, which basically means I don't have the resources to be able to calculate these, to do this, and you have to find efficient ways to manage these, because not every E&M is going to be able to be designed so that you can lift this off. So we have the chronic care management clinical staff first 20 minutes. You have your additional, then we have just the physician doing that. Notice the physician, even on the CCM, is a 30-minute code. Then we have the chronic care management. So that again goes up, and they're assuming that goes up because if you're having complex chronic care, that patient is pretty much a train wreck, and you are just keeping them from going to the hospital. That is the whole idea behind remote care, by the way, and the digital monitoring is, how can we best serve these patients where they're at most efficiently and keep the cost of healthcare down, so they're not having to go to the emergency room in order to be taken care of for something that's just a little off. It's also a way for these primary care practices to sort of introduce other revenue streams that are totally acceptable and again, manageable, but you have to be pretty efficient and have a good EMR to do it. I just wanted to lay this nice little table out. This is right from Medicare. And of course, it gives you the work RVU. If you don't necessarily know what that is, a work RVU is set up with particular CPT codes to give a value to what is done. So you have a work RVU, and then you'll have like a full RVU for a code. And for the state of Pennsylvania, the conversion factor to that, I believe for 2022, if I'm correct, is like 3460 or something like that. And you take the RVU value times the conversion factor to get the reimbursement, or you can also look it up pretty easily. Little tip for any of you that want to quickly look up a Medicare value. If you literally Google physician fee schedule, you can do a physician fee schedule lookup. You can do a quick lookup for any area, you get the national, you can get a subset of codes, and it's a pretty easy lift to find out what the Medicare rates are. For payers, that's a harder thing to do, right? You either have to have a really good relationship with your provider reps, you have had to include them into contracts and things like that. All right, so the next thing we're going to talk about, and that was principal care management, chronic care, and complex chronic care. Those are the three codes where you're managing folks' health outside of the office by phone calls or doing some work with them in terms of making sure they get to another physician, or that they're taking medication properly, that they're managing side effects, etc. That's in that chronic care management. The remote therapeutic monitoring, I have to tell you that when this was being talked about in 2021 as the new codes, the new therapeutic monitoring that are different from RPM, I had a lot of phone calls that, oh, this is going to be billable. We're seeing different ways to do this. And when I attended the American Medical Association, what they call a CPT symposium, what we even heard from them is, well, we don't really know exactly how this will be used. We think it's used this way. So, you know, when some new CPT comes out, I would really just encourage everyone to look at it in many aspects. Just because a new CPT code comes out does not make it an easy lift to add revenue to the practice. There are certain things you have to put in place. You might have to get certain software. And really, we're not getting a lot of feedback on the RTM and exactly how to utilize this. But what I can tell you is that they're talking about it used by physiatrists. Those are like pain management, physical therapists, and this particular RTM, when it adds these particular types of providers to bill it, that makes it a little different from RPM, because RPM codes are only allowed to be billed by physicians and nurse practitioners. Now, remember, folks can do the work under them in an incident to or direct supervision manner, but billed only on RPM can it be a physician or nurse practitioner, where the RTM's coming out going, okay, well, we think that maybe physical therapists may use this as well. And so it could go under those if you happen to know a particular product that measures musculoskeletal outside of the office. Okay. Also, though, let's a quick note I have there as a bullet: the therapist services always have to be provided under a therapy plan of care. So I think that it's always important to understand that even if we still have to have that physician in the background saying, yes, physical therapy is necessary, or we feel that this should be happening. The same thing is that they're going to be providing, you know, the direction for that therapy care where you might do RTM. The RPM is something that measures physiologic data, and that's digitally uploaded without patient intervention. So I don't know if anyone really knows that particular thing behind that, but literally you can't bill RPM if the patient becomes involved in the measurement. And what that means is I can put a blood pressure cuff on and, you know, tell it to start as the patient, but measure-wise, it's giving a reading that is going wirelessly into an app or into a software without my intervention, meaning I can't alter that information. That's what they mean by digitally uploaded without patient intervention, where RTM can be patient reported. So those are the differences for those. Okay, so here's your therapeutic monitoring codes. So if you've heard anything about this, I want you to take notice of two really important things. I might actually be able to get this laser to work. Okay, great. Yeah, so the first thing is notice that it says respiratory system or musculoskeletal system. I think that kind of went by the wayside when folks were talking about what the remote therapeutic monitoring was all about. That would mean that the patient would have to have a respiratory issue or a musculoskeletal related issue in order to work the remote therapeutic monitoring. In other words, for it to be billable, there has to be something going on either respiratory wise or musculoskeletal wise. And then your measurements have to be, of course, medically necessary and monitoring something, but it is sort of laid out the same way as remote RPM, which we're going to go over in the next couple of slides. And that would be the first thing is the setup. This is a one-time code. And then the daily monitoring or use of the software, whatever's recording it, there's reimbursement for that. Okay, and then there's reimbursement for the time. So I'm going to go into that really specifically on the RPM because more folks that I have been consulting with are using RPM. I don't know anyone, I haven't been involved in anyone who's lifted off remote therapeutic monitoring yet. But they're built the same way, basically the education, the monitoring piece, and the work with the patient. So let's go to RPM, and I can explain more. So what is really interesting about the remote physiological monitoring, again, is that it's interactive communication. The patients using a wireless item, whether this would be like a glucose monitor or a blood pressure, or even a scale. If the scale is digital and wireless, it can be used. So if someone has morbid obesity and you are working with them, you are allowed to use RPM as a measurement outside the office to work with that patient. So important to note that RPM doesn't mean that my patient has to have something chronic going on in order for me to be remotely monitoring. It could be post-COVID syndrome. It could be something acutely going on that you only monitor for a certain amount of time. There isn't anything specific to the diagnosis. You will always hear that it just has to be proven as medically necessary. So to break these codes out for everyone, in case you're really interested in and thinking about adding to your practice, is that this 99453 would be billed one time. And this is for education and use of the equipment. Now, this amount over here is a national average and not necessarily to your location, but that's easily looked up. After you bill this one time, you will be billing 99454, which actually covers the device and supply and the daily recording. So this is only 63, and somebody might say, well, that doesn't cover that supply. Sometimes those supplies are very expensive. Well, you're getting this and you're allowed to bill it every 30 days during the episode of care that you're monitoring that. So we wouldn't just stick somebody on a blood pressure cuff and measure them for 2 years straight without being able to really support why we're doing that. So I think that's important to say. Sometimes it's more of a, let's take the next 6 months or maybe 3 months, it's up to the physician, and we're going to monitor your blood pressure at home. The readings will come over on the software, and somebody is going to be looking at the software readings, and then also the provider would be, say, doing a protocol, like setting that patient up on if their blood pressure goes up to whatever, and I don't want to pretend like I'm clinical, I'm not, say if it rises over 140, or 140 over 90, and then they want notified. So the system would know those protocols and would then notify the provider if somebody was sort of out of range so that something could be done right then and there. So this is that one time, and this is every 30 days or a month. And then you have the 94. I'm sorry, are my slides actually in line here? David, if you want, or Aaron.
It looks like, are you on the remote physiologic monitoring?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure because on my side, I can see that, but my other screen isn't advancing them. So we'll stick with it. Thank you for that check.
No problem.
Okay, so for the remote physiological monitoring, then we get to the last two codes in the set. So remember, just as a reminder, we had the education piece. We had the first month, the once a month item that says this is where you're actually measuring or watching the measurements or the monitoring piece. And then we have the time frame, the interactive communication with the patient for the first 20 minutes. And then we have 99458 for each additional 20 minutes. Again, these are national averages. But basically what we're saying and what the Federal Register says is that interactive communication for 20 minutes, the full 20 minutes does not necessarily need to be face-to-face. Okay, so you might be doing something for the patient or on behalf of the patient, monitoring or doing interactive communication, but it doesn't necessarily mean to be with the patient that full 20 minutes. Obviously, some of it needs to be. That's the reason why we're interacting or doing interactive communication with the patient, but they clarify that it didn't have to be the full 20 minutes. There isn't anything out there that says if it's 5 minutes, it's not valid. If it's 10 minutes, it's fine. There's nothing that necessarily says that. It just says that the interactive communication does not necessarily have to be the full 20 minutes. If you put it all together, what would it look like? So I just took an example of somebody who's diabetic who might be getting the blood glucose monitoring. And note to everyone who is a coder, there is a special blood glucose interstitial monitoring that's a little bit different. And there are codes for that, but in the use of using the remote patient monitoring where we're doing some type of digital glucometer, you could have this monitoring going on. So you'd have to set up an education once, okay? And then you have the practice costs associated. That would be the equipment and the transmission that's coming through. Mostly I'm seeing software groups that are coming out, and you'll probably see them named, or they might call you to say, we do remote patient monitoring. And basically what they're doing is sending out the piece of equipment, they're housing the information or working as the data repository where the information feeds then back to you. And so there is that piece, and I want to be clear on that, where we have these additional software companies who are measuring that you have access to, and there's like a dashboard. You've got to figure out, how do I get that down into my EMR or noted in case I have to document or supply documentation that I've had this interaction, that I've looked at this data and things like that. So there is a part there that's not inherent just looking at the coding. And those again are administratively something you have to determine with your practice. And then we have to manage this interactive communication. All of this has to be documented. And month one, we said this is a potential nationwide to get $134 per patient that you set up. And usually you do a cohort, right? So you go through your system. How do you, somebody asked me, how do I start this RPM? Well, you know, if you know your practice, you'll be able to say to me, we have a lot of high blood pressure, we have a lot of diabetes, or we have a lot of morbid obesity. You can lift this off with a group of, let's say 10 or whatever you think is reasonable, right? Start little and, learn to walk before you run so you don't get into too much craziness. Start it out, get the group, and that would be $134 the first month per patient, and then recurring are roughly around $114. And what we base that recurring on is simply that transmission piece that you will always have. Now remember, you gotta have that 16 days of reading within the 30 days. So I know I didn't probably say that on the last slide, but just to remind you, there is a bottom drop in terms of how many days of that 30 actual have to have actual readings, and it's in the CPT book. You could do that code, and then also this interactive communication with the patient. So this is on average. Now, with that, if you had a patient that was taking a lot of time, and you'll probably have this, then you're going to get an additional amount for the next 20 minutes. We don't want to calculate that in our, kind of pro forma of how we would lay that out, but we certainly have that ability if the patient does take a lot more time. And just a reminder again, then, who is eligible for RPM? Medicare and many commercial and Medicaid patients. So again, this is where I'm going to caution you and say, it's a payer by payer thing. I can say without any reservations that when I've worked with clients, Cigna seems to be the outlier in denying this. The other carriers are paying for it. Where people get tripped up is, I'm not getting them paying for it, I'm getting it denied as not covered. And then when I look, it's just because they don't have a 30-day span in between billing those codes, rather than it's not covered. So you have to watch your rejections on that. But we've definitely seen reimbursement from Aetna, United Healthcare, Anthem in this area. I would say Highmark's probably also on that list. Humana. I think, again, the one challenge we did note as I did a pilot with a group was that Cigna just didn't seem to want to pay for it. Okay, the practitioner may provide RPM service to patients with acute or chronic. So this is just, again, reiterating that the person doesn't have to have a chronic condition. You may want to remote monitor someone for some condition on a smaller basis as they get through it. And we are seeing a lot of post-COVID stuff go through. Definitely all the data has to be relevant to managing that patient's condition. So when you say we're monitoring their obesity, then everything relevant to it. goes in there, and make sure you document that. They're eligible for established patients. Now, when I say that, as always, we just got notification that the public health emergency is again extended. And during that, you may provide it without first conducting a new patient. I recommend that the person be established. I don't really know anybody who would do this. Somebody could probably come up with a scenario where you do it without seeing the patient, but in essence, it's obvious that recommending that established visit first. Okay, so that is the remote monitoring piece of this. I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with that. We looked at chronic care management, complex chronic care management, principal care management, remote therapeutic monitoring, and RPM. Lots of acronyms, right? So just in case any of you are thinking about how you can increase revenue in your practices, those are valid revenue streams. You just have to be aware of all the administrative piece it takes to lift them off. And as long as you've worked it out where that is, would work for your practice, I would do it. The staff can do it under the direction of a physician or a nurse practitioner. Remember that, which would just mean, and it's general, which means they don't have to be looming over them when they're doing their work. It's basically just that provider is writing the order, staying active in care, and that the clinical person is probably doing the first line quarterbacking with the patient to make sure everything is going okay, and also to reach that time cap that's needed. All right, so it's quiet. I'm wondering if everybody had way too much to eat or something. All the chat's quiet, but that's okay. All right, so now we're talking about the 2021 E&M changes. And just for everybody, E&M means evaluation and management. It's the visits that are in the office. E&M encompass office and hospital and assisted living facilities, etc. 2021 brought about some major changes for that. Okay, very major in terms of the way we do documentation. But what's really tough for these providers, and we got to give them a hand, because we're telling them, okay, in the office, we don't want you to do this anymore, that anymore in documentation. Don't do that. Let's clean it up. But if you're going to the hospital, don't forget, you still need to have this and you still need to have that. So again, that kind of puts a burden on the provider to remember that when I'm in the office, I don't necessarily have to write all this, because we used to count things. But when they're in the hospitals, nursing homes, assisted living, etc., they are still bound by those old rules. That gets a little tricky to manage. Okay, so let me just click this twice to get there. All right, so these are the new timetables. These were in effect January 1, right? We've gotten a full year out of this. And I do see a lot of people using time. Let me tell you, I think time comes more into play when we're talking about the higher level codes, right? The 205 and the 215. It would not surprise you, I hope, to know that in a 215 scenario, you only need to be, you don't only need to have or calculate 40 minutes of time for that patient encounter. The thing that changed, if you don't know, is that doesn't all have to be face-to-face. That's what's super important about this. If the provider is reading ER notes, if they're looking at labs prior to the patient coming in, if you're managing or asking questions about the particular patient who's coming in, as long as that's done on the day of the encounter, then it can be counted towards time. As well, documenting in the medical record actually is allowed to be counted as time, as long as it's done on the same day. So that's the heavy lift when someone says to me, but I prepare for my patients the night before. And I say, well, you know what, I'm sorry, but that's just not allowable from a time perspective. Now, when we say all that to providers, we have to go, but listen, medical decision-making is not that difficult. So during this little session, and if I can get to it, I will make sure that everybody understands the basics, because we don't want to make auditors out of you. We just want to give you that subset so you know what we're dealing with. Medical decision making to get to a 99214 is not that difficult. So I'm trying to say to my physicians, I don't want to burden you with how many minutes did you spend reading the labs? How many minutes did you spend documenting? And how many minutes did, that's just madness from an operational standpoint. But what we can tell them is, hey, most of your coding can be on medical decision making because we understand that inherently. However, when you know this is not an average patient and they're taking a lot of time, just think for a minute that as long as it exceeds 40 minutes, you can bill a high level code. But this makes everyone nervous. And I understand that, because if I said, well, I'm just the type of provider that takes 40 minutes with every patient, so I'm going to have all fives. Well, I think you better be careful with that, because yes, you will get a letter, but if long as your documentation states the way it's supposed to for time, you'll be all right. It's not the worst thing getting audited. It's the worst thing when we look at your documentation and it doesn't say the right thing in order to cover that. So documentation is the key. And I feel that most of their visits can be done with a medical decision-making selection to the code versus the time, but the time is always here. And this in 2021 was the first year they said, you can select medical decision-making or time. It doesn't matter to us. There's no, if you select time, then you have to do this in the documentation. That's no longer it. And it's not all face-to-face. So those are really big changes. And I wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page with that. The big changes were right here. I'm going to just show you there on the screen. I don't know for how many years have I been doing this? Upwards of 30. So I can tell you that lots of providers would go, that felt like 15 minutes. That's a 3. When indeed they were managing 2 chronic conditions and prescribing medication, which would likely be a 4. So this was also a big ask of the providers who've been around for years, who love 99213 because 15 minutes in their brain, it has equated to that for the last 20 years. And so it's hard to break that habit. All right, don't forget that we now have a prolonged service. The prolonged service is only allowed to be added to the high level codes, and that makes sense because only the high level codes are the ones, if once you stop with that time and move on to a prolonged, that makes sense. You wouldn't select a lower level code and then add the prolonged time because we're talking about time. The differences here is just understand that there are CPT codes and time correlations, and then there's CMS. So that would be Medicare. Okay, so let me say that out loud. Is that from the perspective of Medicare, notice the time difference. Okay, CPT codes in the code book adds to the bottom level. So it's 60 minutes for a 205. And in CPT rule, when you hit 75 minutes, you have crested the 15-minute mark with this code, and you're allowed to bill it. There's no halvesies or anything in a 417. You have to have the full 15 minutes in there. From this perspective, CMS decided differently. They took the 74 minutes and added 15 in order to start the G2212. So if anyone didn't know it, there was an inherent difference in the way Medicare looks at that versus probably a commercial payer. Want to make sure everybody knew about those 2 code changes. All right, medical decision making. Again, I'm going to apologize for those of you who've never worked with the medical decision making tables. I did not do this to actually confuse anyone, but to hopefully kind of bring light to some of these big changes that are valid in terms of getting providers to code properly and get the reimbursement they deserve. So this is part of it. And you'll see on the next screen, we have like the next level of codes and the next level. So 2021 basically to get to a medical decision-making level of service, you just have to get 2 out of the 3 columns. And what that means is I can have a complexity problem and data. So I could be having a problem that lands in that first column, and maybe I run a couple tests, and as long as I meet those 2, I can select a level. Or it can be a problem and the risk, or it could be these 2. What I'm just trying to get across is I don't have to go run the gamut across all of these in order to select a code. So where does this come in? That's super important. 1 acute uncomplicated illness or injury. Sorry about that. So let's take a person who has some kind of pain. Maybe they've been experiencing some pain in their finger. They're not sure what it is, you know, might be getting carpal tunnel, whatever. That, like, it's not a big deal. And they have an earache. So both of those are, and just the way I described them, right? We could always put a spin on the story, but both of those are basically acute, uncomplicated illness or injury. You don't stack them like we used to when we were auditing, meaning I don't go up to the next level because I have 2 of them. It just falls in the complexity of this. I could have 10 small acute problems and I'm still only going to be a 3, if that's where everything else falls. Now, what I really want to point out is this level 4. And the reason being is that you would be surprised how many of your patients are actually going to fall into a level 4. Now, when I say this, I'm also going to give you a disclaimer. I am not saying code everything a level 4. Please do not take that away from this. I'm just saying that based on what I've seen and the groups that I have worked with, generally speaking, a level 4 is where people kind of fall, patients fall. Now, there still are the ones that are very acute, easy in, easy out, and there are level 3, but level 4 is 2 or more stable chronic illnesses. And I will explain stable in a couple slides from here. Stable would mean that, you know, there's nothing major going on. And again, I'll explain it. 2 of those, right? Hypertension and diabetes. And let's say I prescribed, or by the way, I think it needs to be clear, I don't necessarily have to write a prescription, but I do have to be clear in documentation that I reviewed, and I should write continue with Lisprinol, things like that. If your doctors are just saying reviewed medication list today, that is not going to qualify. They want to make sure that the provider is doing prescription drug management, saying all the medications are going well, the patient has no side effects, I don't need them to refill anything, I don't need them to write, you know, a paragraph, I just need it to be clear that they considered everything. That's prescription drug management. So having this and 2 stable chronic illnesses, nothing going on, I'm just gonna have my hypertension and diabetes monitored, I'm at a level 4 right then and there. So I'm sure that there's a lot of you saying, yep, we have a lot of those patients. So that is not hard to get. Now, let's say I had no correlation to medication at all today, but I have one chronic illness that something's going wrong. So you know what, the provider's gonna order some tests, and we'll say 3 tests. That is where I'm gonna qualify for this amount of data. And trust me when I tell you, I am truncating our conversation about this because this conversation could go on forever, and there's a lot more for us to go over, but just kind of giving you a small context to ordering these unique tests. If I order 3, then I have my 1 chronic problem with something going on and 3 tests, and I don't even need to prescribe to get to a level 4. So there, I think it's just really the type of patient that shows up in an office. Most of the newer generation don't even show up to get taken care of until, you know, they're a train wreck, something goes wrong. And so you know, they're, like I said, by the time someone gets to your office, they probably have these things going on. But then as we get older, we end up with the chronic conditions and things like that. Okay, hope that wasn't too fast. Like I said, it's not a lesson today on how to audit. It's just kind of looking at stuff. And the high level, again, this is going to be really difficult because I'm going to have to meet a chronic illness with a severe exacerbation, or one that has an injury and poses a threat to life. And maybe I'm going to tell them to go to the hospital. That's how I'm going to get to a level 5. But why would we want to, again, stress our providers out to say, did you meet this or that, or do all these tests? Because chances are, if the patient presents themselves in such a manner where they are complex, I bet you they're spending the 40 minutes on that established patient really quickly. And basically that would be a 5. Now there will be the patient that walks in, they're a mess, they're not breathing right, you stick something on them, they don't have a pulse ox that's any good, we call the, you know, we're evaluating them a little bit, call the ambulance, off to the hospital they go, to evaluate them. And as long as the provider documented what it took in terms of steps to evaluate that and making that decision, then they're going to be a level 5. So there's 2 ways to get to that. And this is just going with my thought process of this example based on medical decision-making. This particular patient that came for sleep apnea, that's been having it for years, that they're feeling, they try to CPAP, it's unsuccessful. They're complaining of, has asthma, and they're now having shortness of breath. So these are problems. And even if we just select the minimum thing, one chronic illness with an exacerbation, and they're going to prescribe medications here, I'm at a level 4 for this new patient, okay? So that was easy by medical decision-making. In turn, if you took the exact same patient, okay, and tried to do this by time because the provider spent only 35 minutes, you fall down to the 3. And that's just my information to you, that I technically see more value to doing something by medical decision-making than minutes. It's up to the provider, to the office, to you guys to figure out what is the best method and instruct your providers. You might have 3 or 4 providers in your practice where one of them does much better with time and the other one does super with medical decision-making. Okay. All right, just a quick in regards to what we're seeing from an auditing perspective. We're still seeing what I call legacy documentation. It just means that there's a full review of systems for somebody who comes in for basically, nasal congestion, and we're, asking them all kinds of questions. Again, I'm not clinical, so I'm not going to tell a provider you can't ask questions about that, or their, GI when you're doing, nasal congestion or anything, where who's to say whether we're right or wrong for that. But you can tell when you're auditing when that is still the same over and over and over again. The definition of stable. So I'm just going to give you that real quick. And that is that when a patient is not at his or her treatment goals, they are not stable. And very rarely do we see physicians or nurse practitioners putting in the documentation what the treatment goal is. Sometimes we do. We'll see treatment goal is to keep them under 140 over 90, and patient will monitor at home and let us know. And so when we get them to the goal, they're stable. If we get them in the office and all the while their readings have been above what our goal is, then they're not stable. That's basically the difference between stable and unstable. And you can find all this with the particular link that we have, and you'll get a copy of this. This is where all the definitions are to those changes. Problems addressed. I do want to take a minute to do this one real quick, and that is a definition of a problem addressed is one where the provider has either evaluated or treated at the encounter or monitored. I don't know if any of you have heard the MEAT acronym, MEAT, which is monitor, evaluate, assess, or treat. That's basically the meat is one used constantly by HCC consultants, and that is that we want to make sure not only are you reporting the HCC, but you also evaluate it, assess it, treat it, or something in order to report it. So that's a problem addressed. We do want to watch out for the providers that are just making a notation in the patient's chart that says cardiology is managing this or neurology manages this. It's not necessary for you to put it in. And from a clinical perspective, if it has meaning to the provider, we're never going to tell them not to put it in the note. We're just saying from a coding perspective and getting a value for the E&M, if you just write something that says somebody else is monitoring it, we're not going to give you credit for that. We'll give you credit, but you're not going to go up a level of service because you were you wrote something about the neurologist or the cardiologist or somebody monitoring. Okay. So just a best practice reminder, communicate clearly in documentation, any of the conditions and anything that makes those complex. The impression and plan right now, you'll hear impression and plan, assessment and plan, medical decision-making, they're all interchangeable, and they're talking about making sure they put their medical thinking in there, and a few well-placed words is fine. I always say it's not the volume of what you say, it's what you say that counts. So you can probably give me the entire clinical picture in 2 to 3 sentences of what you're thinking. It's when you just put hypertension, stable, continue on this med. It just, well, how do you know, what's your definition of stable? And you could say hypertension has been within the limits the treatment plan based on the fact that they're reporting 130/80 for the last month at home, and therefore it would be stable, right? Because we could basically take from that the patient is at their treatment goal. And then refill of amlodipine or whatever they're going to refill. Make sure they say the why behind the testing. We're seeing a lot of a look back for Medicare on lab tests to make sure that the provider supports the reasoning for them. Mostly we're seeing things like genetic testing, which a lot of times isn't covered, or vitamin D is one that gets clipped a lot, things like that. And they want to make sure that the providers put the why behind it. We need to clinically document the history and exam. Those aren't being counted like they used to in the office. Outside of the office is a different challenge. And then if you're going to select the code based on time, make sure everything is within the same day and you're documenting some notation. I do get asked a lot, do they have to say 5 minutes in reviewing labs, 20 minutes with the patient, and 10 minutes document? No, not necessarily. It's really good to have. And if your system calculates that or you teach them that way, it's fine. But the CPT code rule says the total time spent in the encounter on that day is documented. So you want total time. Okay, so now we're off the E&Ms in case anyone got bored there. We're into the incident to guidelines. And I really only have 3 slides on this because I'd like to get to split shared, and a lot of questions probably are going to pop up with that. But incident 2, and this was done in Pennsylvania, and we're basically just saying that here's a Medicare concept that came out that said when you have a non-physician practitioner seeing patients, can they see the patient and bill the insurance company under the physician who is supervising or setting that patient up? So there's a big challenge in that because Medicare says, here are my rules. And then we have payers taking a spin and making their own rules. So keeping track of this for our practice is super important. If we're just to look at the high level situation here, and again, I'm not going into grave detail on all the requirements of incident 2, and you can capture that in a CMS, what they call it, online manual. So UPMC, can you see incident 2 for a new patient? No. And incident 2, again, just a reminder, when this means no, it would mean nurse practitioner or PA sees the patient and billed under the physician. That's an incident to. So if it's a new patient, the answer is no. New problem, no. Right. And so we have all of our no's now. What you do need to know, and what we inherently found out, is UPMC stated that they pay the physician the same way as they pay a nurse practitioner. So there's not that 15% sort of, we'll call pay cut. So it doesn't really matter about incident to. You should be billing direct for your nurse practitioner and PA in all instances, and it should pay exactly what it pays the physician. That's based on them. For Aetna, can a nurse practitioner or PA see a new patient and bill it incident to? No, that's their rule. Can they deal with a new problem? So a new problem would be, I'm a regular patient that comes in for hypertension. The nurse practitioner is following up and making sure everything's going good with that. And then all of a sudden I say, also, I feel like I have a sinus infection, which is a new problem. Now I can no longer do incident to. I have to call the physician in the room with the patient if I want to bill it under the physician. Is a co-signature required? So you'd see no there, and that just means is if I do something incident to, is the physician required to sign off that actual record? And Aetna says no, or either that or they're silent, but I'm going to say if I put a no there, they must have said that. Now, does that mean you shouldn't? That's an organizational choice, and that might be a yes for you, and it might be no, we probably won't do that, but we will demonstrate that the physician is in the suite or whatever the situation is in order to bill incident to. Does there have to be a supervision note? No. And of course, everything here is direct supervision in terms of that. The guidelines are in the office suite, not in the exam room. And by the way, during the public health emergency, this is sort of relaxed and allows a virtual presence as a direct supervision. Now, here's the interesting thing about Highmark. If you have a lot of Highmark patients, you are your nurse practitioner can see a new patient and bill it under the physician. They can treat a new problem and bill it under the physician. Okay, so is a co-signature required? Only when it is a new patient or new condition. That's all. They're just asking the provider to sign off. Is there a supervision note needed? Yes. Again, that's scenario. And is there a modifier? Yes. SA. Since I have put this table together, I'm going to tell you more and more payers are jumping on the bandwagon for the SA modifier. So why are they doing this? What do you think? Auditing. So before, when we were billing incident to scenarios, we were not putting the rendering provider as the PA or the nurse practitioner or the PA. We were literally putting everything under the physicians because we're billing incident to get the 100%, right? 100% of fee schedule. Now we're adding an SA modifier on most payers, which is going to indicate to that payer that you're doing that under an incident to provision, and they might come back and ask for records. That's what I'm guessing is happening on why this modifier came out. Okay. And again, this is the challenges, because remember, incident to is a Medicare guideline, and your practice or your organization's due diligence to go in and see, well, what does Highmark do? What does UPMC do? What does Aetna do? Or whatever your carriers are in your location to figure out, because this is a thing that came out on incident to, just kind of using that as a visual. Here are some of the challenge, and this particular one is Medicare guidelines to say, can I bill is down this column. Can I not bill is down this column. And again, if you all know the incident to provisions, you'll be used to this. It's basically saying you have to make sure that somebody is in the location. We need to make sure that the physician saw the patient first and set up a whole plan for the nurse practitioner or PA to kind of follow. And then they participate in care frequently. Again, there's not necessarily any specific guidance to that. Then it goes into what is necessary supervising. And who can be the incident to. And so not only can a nurse practitioner bill incident to, but when we're doing certain services that are within the scope of practice of an auxiliary personnel, we could do incident to and bill under the physician. So there's certain things that can be done. And then the documentation. So again, these are the criteria. This is I can bill incident to, and this column is I can't because of a certain thing happened or a certain scenario. All right, what you've all been waiting for, or not, split shared. And the reason that I'm even addressing this today is because that it kind of snuck in. And if you weren't following any maybe association or people that kind of keep their ear to the ground, you may have missed that the rules changed with split shared visit. So in the office setting, services are billed incident to. It's that split shared isn't a concept in the office. And then again, services in a facility setting, it's only provided to the physician who personally performs the elements of the service. So in a non-split shared, so we're just saying basically if you're in a hospital and it's a physician providing the service alone, it's the physician bill. If it's a nurse practitioner providing it alone, it's the NPP that does it. Okay, a couple of things that are really important here is we have something called a transitional year. That is this year. This year, split shared. First of all, of course, providers must be from the same group practice. Why do we even say that out loud? You need to know that if your physician has a nurse practitioner or PA that is actually employed by the hospital doing rounds for them, that is not compliant split shared. The physician has to have a cost. Right? They have to be their 1099, their employee, whatever the scenario is, they have to be from the same group practice. You can't be provided a service from the hospital and bill for it. That's non-compliant. Now the provider has to, so they define the providers who are documenting the substantive portion of the visit now. Again, there'll be time that goes into effect in 2023 in terms of this. And again, there's a modifier out there that became effective 2021. Some of the carriers are looking at it, some aren't. Yet to come, right? So in 2023, more than half of the total time spent has to be by the physician in order to bill under the physician. So that is a big deal in 2023. When you have a split share, the typical way that's handled is that the provider and the NP sort of make rounds together. The NP does the substantive portion of it and the documentation, and it gets billed under the provider after they do an attestation statement, right? That's how it was prior to 2022. That's what we're all used to. And it may change the way you do operations in terms of how you use your nurse practitioners or how you're going to bill us moving forward. Because in 2022, effective now, going on, except for critical care, the substantive portion will be defined as one of the three components: that history, the exam, and the medical decision-making. Remember what I said when I said that medical decision-making only can create the code in the office setting, but when we're outside the office setting, we have to look at all three: the history, the exam, and the medical decision-making. And the provider who's going to do the billing has to be the one that does the substantive portion of the documentation for the service, right? Because they're just documenting what they do. Or, you can do or, more than half of the total time spent by the physician is the one that gets the billing. So in 2022, they're going to allow you to continue to do an attestation statement, but you also, if you're a physician or you have a physician who's doing the work, has to document the substantial portion of one of these. It can either be the history, the exam, or the medical decision-making. And some questions arise, well, won't I be duplicating what the nurse practitioner does? If you want to be paid compliantly, you will have to document under your attestation a full history, a full exam, or a full medical decision-making. One of those components is required, not just an attestation that says, I agree with what my nurse practitioner wrote here, except for change the med to this. That's not going to cut it this year. So again, it's just, it has to be performed in its entirety. Okay. So this is sort of to give you a look-see, and this again, this comes right from Medicare and what they're requiring for split shared, is this is a table that's saying, okay, so for other outpatient, which office visits are not billed split shared, it's the 2022 is that history exam or medical decision with or more than half the total time as documented as the substantive portion. Inpatient observation, hospital, and nursing facility. So we're careful about this because obviously this was vague enough where we first walked away saying, well, that's nursing facility and skilled, but it's only skilled nursing that they're talking about as far as being able to do split shared. That's different. You weren't able to do a split shared at the skilled nursing facility prior to 2022. Same thing with the emergency department and critical care. You'll notice here, that's a little different. Critical care, as of now, if you have NPs, you're a pulmonologist and you're in a group and you have NPs providing critical care and a physician with them, more than half the total time is required to be of the physician in order to bill under the physician. So you have to figure that out. Okay, moving forward. Again, the changes to split shared, let's see, okay, yeah. So the skilled nursing facility that requires, if you're going in, basically what we're saying here is if you're going in all by yourself physicians, the split shared rule doesn't matter and you're not applying anything or doing anything like that. It's basically if we have a shared service between a non-physician practitioner and a physician in those locations other than the office. Well, what about the medical decision making, or excuse me, the medical record documentation? It has to be there. You have to sufficiently document that a medical reviewer would determine what the roles were. Is there a specific thing that says you have to say this? No. The rules are saying this, you have to document the substantive portion. So if I'm auditing and you're going to document in the impression and plan, I'm going to need a full impression and plan. And that's just what we're saying, that the attestation itself is just not going to be enough. That's what we want to get across. And then remember that it'll all be time-based in 2023. And so I'll end this particular split shared conversation with saying, remember, we're only talking about the shared visits. A physician may still go into the hospital, into skilled nursing home and bill for their services. And it doesn't have to be time-based, or it doesn't really change the scenario of what you have to document now. This is only when we're sharing. All right, telehealth landscape. Oh, I'm gonna have to like speed it up. And you're all very quiet. So if you have a question, don't forget, chat box. All right, so if you didn't know how Medicare does this, maybe I hope to deliver some information to you that you didn't know before. So there are actually 3 categories. If you go into that telehealth allowed by Medicare, if you go into the CMS website and you ask to download that spreadsheet, they'll give you some things that are allowed by telephone, some things that are allowed by telehealth, some things that are not. And what you'll see is, for example, category 1 would be professional consults, office visits, and psychiatry service.
What do we normally do?
So they're basically saying that of the services, category 1 means absolute telehealth is allowed, and those are the kind of services. Category 2 is where they're starting to go, hey, it looks like a clinical benefit, so we're definitely going to allow this as to provide a telehealth. And category 3, if it falls into this category, it is basically temporary. So if there's a code that says right now during the public health emergency, we're going to allow this code, when it ends, they're going to remove that telehealth availability. Most things have gone all the way to the calendar and year end of 2023. And that, my friends, I'm talking about CMS has said, we're going to extend this to 2023. If for some reason the public health emergency doesn't get renewed sometime in 2023, there'll be a few codes where they've already decided it's okay. All right. Don't forget that we actually have some other things. We have virtual check-ins that are a little bit different, right? We have actual E&M codes that are allowed to have a modifier on them to call them telehealth. And then we have some special codes here and there, like the G2252 and the G2012 that are other services that are telehealth based. And again, that, you know, using telehealth and telemedicine, you'll have different versions of what that means. But in general, there are other codes other than saying, here's a list that we allow. So you don't necessarily see these on the telehealth approved list. You'll see other CPTs, but these are in addition and provided by Medicare and some of the carriers as allowable services. All right, so it's about to get more complicated. If it hasn't complicated your life, it will for sure. Can't keep up after every change that happens. We won't fully know the impact of what they're going to do, but I'm going to guess that really telehealth is here to stay. I don't think we're going to see it go away for any. It's just going to be here to stay. Now, how they apply it might be a little different. So now we have this new place of service code that some of the carriers have said, okay, we need you to put an O2 if it's telehealth provided and other than the patient's home. The patient's not located in their home and receiving healthcare services. And then there's location 10 where the patient's in their home. And what's happening here is you'll see some carriers who will take a stand in the way they reimburse O2 versus 10. They will literally come out in publication and say, we'll reimburse this one at the regular rate and this one is not paid at the regular rate. So watch your reimbursements on these. And this is just some statistics from Highmark. If you didn't know, it's pretty interesting though. The most utilized services were behavioral health, 1.5 million claims for the last year. More than 3.3 million were for local doctors. That's what Highmark's saying. So kudos to everyone in PA who works with Highmark. And then of course, they have their own vendors, Teladoc, Brightheart, American Well, and Doctor on Demand. This is the reason, I'm just going to say this real quick, that I think that we have issues with Cigna not doing remote patient monitoring, that they have some internal mechanism of doing that for their members themselves. That's kind of that is just my opinion. I think that's what happens. And it's really hard to compete when people start this Teladoc stuff and you really want to make sure these patients are coming back to you for all their services. All right. All right, so Highmark, they came out with some specific things. They want to use place of service 2 and 10. Again, they're talking about this. You can find this on their site. Please be aware that when you're looking at a carrier, you could have differences for here's what we're doing with our Medicare members. Here's what we're doing with our commercial carriers. Here's what we're doing with our Medicaid product. So not only do you need to manage, if it's an Aetna, it's this, you're going to need to go back into these systems and say, well, is that an Aetna Medicare? Is that an Aetna commercial? Or is that an Aetna Medicaid? Things like that. Okay, like I said, you'll see this. For example, fee schedules have been updated with approved telemedicine codes. With place of service 2 will reimburse at the same rate equal to an office visit. What they're not telling you is if it's other than that, it might not pay the same. Okay, Mental health, if any of you are in the mental health space, they're going to be doing a lot more towards telehealth, and that is going to extend beyond public health emergency. They're looking to talk about even just audio only communication, and that is to manage everyone's mental health versus what we're normally going to see for audio and video requirements for other specialties. But the mental health rules are going to be different. So if you're in that space, make sure that you know what the rules are. So for example, excuse me, you can do audio only if the circumstances that the patient isn't capable of audio video or does not consent to it for whatever reason. And there'll be a new modifier for audio only. So again, the big news was, oh, we can do mental health by telephone, but you just have to read between the lines on when that is appropriate. Because of course, when you submit it, it won't get denied, but if they came to audit and you weren't doing it appropriately, that would be a problem. All right, so again, very hard to manage. How do you deal with that as a practice? Each payer has their own rules. It's very difficult, and sometimes you have to have a very good relationship with your provider reps in order to try to pull anything out. It's like, you know, teasing the information little by little. You're just trying to do things compliantly. And I don't know if you've ever been in this situation. You'll call up and you say, I really need to know how you're doing that. And here's the answer you get: we can't tell you how to code. And it's like, no, I'm not asking you how to code. I'm asking what your rules are for billing. Let me do the coding, but when I send it out the door on a 1500, how do you want to see it? I think that's important. So ask yourself, what code's appropriate? Is this audio, video, or is this audio? What modifier does this payer accept? What place of service do I have to use? And how in the world do I get our EMR to drop the right code into the charge capture process? Your job is not easy. So kudos to you. It takes a lot to manage the telehealth landscape. Other questions? Are you evaluating your payments from carriers? So in the state of Ohio, we had one carrier that reduced payments by 50% when they were telehealth after a certain time period. Like, they allowed it for a while at the regular rates. Now, can they do this? We're still in negotiations, trying to figure this out, but it happened. And I think if you don't watch what's coming in from a revenue perspective closely, you could lose sight of this. Because if you just see it getting paid, you're like, okay, that was paid. But if you're not looking very closely, these carriers are sometimes cutting the reimbursement amount. You have to make sure you know what makes financial sense to your practice. We have a practice that I work with that tells everyone it's audio and video only, unless the last resort, the patient can only do it telehealth. In other words, they're stepping out with telling their providers no audio only, unless your patient just isn't capable. And then again, what do you do about the carriers who have Teladoc, who kind of put their foot out there and try to get in the market of taking care of your patients? You have to be aware of that as well. Make sure that your patients know you give telehealth. They know how to get a hold of your providers. They can schedule those appointments. I know most of us are back to in-person. Frankly, when I go to the provider, I prefer the in-person. But somebody like my 28-year-old, it's virtual all the way. So it depends on the patient. It depends on your provider too. Some don't like it. And you just have to be out there and make sure that your patients know how they can contact your providers. And let me see, make sure it goes there. There you go. As long as everyone can see that. If you have an AAPC credential, this CEU is given through the AAPC. If you have an AHIMA, a lot of times, and Erin can provide you with the physical certificate, we have one, the CEU. Sometimes they'll have reciprocity and allow it as well.
So all of the entire days of sessions have been recorded, and I do have all of the slide presentations as well. So I will process the recording. It'll probably take me until the beginning of next week, and I will post the recording and send a copy of the recording and all of the presentations out to all of our registrants today. Thank you all so much. I know we've had a long day. Not seeing any questions for Sonda. David, do you want to wrap us up today?
Sure. And just in case it wasn't mentioned, the whole day counts for the ACMPE credit. So make sure you claim your credit for that. Make sure it gets on your certification or on your transcript. And that about wraps us up for the day. Want to thank our speakers again, David Ray, Gigi Beal, Garrett Woznia, Peter for his discussion on recruitment and retention, and Sonda. Thank you so much again. And a special thank you to our event sponsor, Vertilocity. Without you, things like this wouldn't be possible. On behalf of Pennsylvania MGMA, we thank you for joining us today, and keep an eye out for future events and enjoy the rest of your week. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.